What?
Johnson.
Could be trouble.
Listen, you and I couldn't pass it.
We're going to call this meeting to order.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors is scheduled for Friday, May 7th, 2021 at the Community Center, 3500 Edgewater Drive. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. Consent agenda. Can I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Public comment. Hey, Kristen.
Supervisor Hoteling?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. Okay, the action agenda. Resolution number 2021-04, 23-09. A resolution of the Sun and Lake Sebring Improvement District to approve revisions to the definition of prepared surface in section 9-107 Highlands County ordinances and request county to approve the same.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, who's going to handle this?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. So this is just a continuation. We spoke about it again last meeting regarding the driveway request. Currently, every time that there's a double driveway or circular driveway, it exceeds the current 30% maximum, which then has to come to the board for approval. We looked at it a couple of times as far as management, explained, discussed it with the board. Really couldn't find any it's not to. We've granted every variance. There hasn't been any exception while we haven't. So we're recommending going ahead and increasing the limit to 50% of the front yard, which we feel will keep it within a relative constraint, still keep the impervious area sufficient for drainage and district concerns.
Any questions?
The only comment I have, I gave to Dan, was on page 5 of the application, there's a missing strikeout. It said 50-30 on the 25-1, but the 50 wasn't struck out.
Well, you got that taken care of? Any other comment? Public comment?
Actually, I think the strikeout was on the 30.
Couldn't hear you.
The strikeout should be on the 30, not the 50. 50 is going to be right.
Okay. Any public comment? Okay, please.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips?
Yes.
Supervisor Hoteling?
Yes.
President Gilpin?
Yes. Resolution number 2021-04, 23-10. Lake Sebring Improvement District to award the SNL Phase 5 Drainage Improvement Project designated as RFP 21-03 to Dalen Real Estate Development Corporation for $199,721.
Move to approve.
Any discussion, or who are we having, Drew? You want to address this?
Go ahead.
Good morning. This is the Phase 5 drainage project that we discussed and talked about over the previous board meetings. Current dollar amount includes all of the locations that we wanted to do improvements. I know we had discussed earlier that we might have to take some out if we budget, but we just cleared it by a small amount. We did discuss both bidders. We had two bidders on the project, Excavation Point and Dalen. I talked with both of them just to make sure, because we did have a slight, well, fairly large discrepancy between the bids. I just wanted to make sure everything was covered. Both contractors, they were good with their numbers. Of course, Dalen, I made sure, because they were $70,000 difference just about. I wanted to make sure they had everything covered. Dewatering, they said they had everything covered. They didn't miss anything. Dalen and their subcontractor that does a lot of their work, both of them said that they have enough money in it to get it done. They weren't busy right now, and they wanted to make sure they got it, so that's why they put such a low number on it. And they've completed everything we've had them do in the past, and we haven't had any major issues with them, and haven't really done any change orders that we didn't start ourselves. So we're confident with their number, and we think we should be good to approve it and go forward with the project.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, I know that.
You shouldn't be looking.
Well, I knew it
So,
was
I
coming.
mean, your estimates from originally that you proposed on each of the items all came in pretty close except for two, and I was just wondering why they were so far off. Constantly on culverts, you estimated at 60,000, and it came in at 24.4, which is to me really kind of.
The original estimate that I put together and what my construction plans ended up being was different. I modified it to try to save some money. We made sure we get it done. It's not anything, we didn't take away anything from the project. We just changed the way that we were going to collect water and replace the problems. Like, we're not replacing head walls. I tried to value engineer it more to make sure we could, or attempt to make sure it gets done.
I don't want to have to come back next year and have to readdress this because we should, try to cut a corner.
No corners were cut. I spoke with the contractors before, make sure they were comfortable doing the work that I proposed doing. And everything should be fine. It's mostly concrete work, and it's.
What's the deal with the Bento, I'm not good on pronunciation. That culvert replacement, you estimated at 30, and it came in just under 17.
I can't speak for that exact location, but I do know it probably depends on where they're spreading out the numbers, because I think it's not exact science the way they put the numbers to everything, because they're still going to have mobilization fees and bonding that's rolled into this number. So it's each location is not 100% perfect per contractor, but it's two culverts and mitered ends. It's not an overly complex job, but I was basing that estimate off of previous job we did, very similar work we did on Girona. So that's what I have to use for my estimate. I can't make up something, but I used the previous price that we got on a previous bid. So if they want to do it cheaper,
And
it was a smaller scope job before. So they were only doing two culverts, where here they're out here doing a whole drainage project. So they probably already have cost savings and mobilization.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that we don't have to come back and revisit these next year or 2 years from now. I
No,
mean, spend
no.
the extra 20 grand if necessary.
No. Everything is done to standard. We didn't cut any corners or take anything out that shouldn't be done. It's all getting done.
we also rolled the project with the contractor that got the job, and Drew let him know, and we went through everything, and they were all right on. So, I mean, some contractors are so busy that they're going to throw a bid in. If they get it, it's okay. But this, and I think that's what happened. The other contractor was so busy; he's got so much work. If I get it, great. If I don't, I'm not going to worry about it. The other contractor does a lot of work for us here, very dependable, and we did actually tell him, hey, we only have so much money to spend, so tighten up, and he did. So we actually benefited because of this.
Okay.
I think we should also note that the Torrega Street, the suck pipe, we will be getting part of that money back because that includes cutting the driveway, correct?
Right, correct.
So each driveway is going to be charged $1,000 or thereabouts. We have to go from here to public bid, public notice, and a meeting place, is that correct? Like, so 2 public meetings before we can actually, because not everybody agreed, therefore we have to. A couple of people, we have to go and put a lien against the property so we can do it. But
Right.
it isn't going to start tomorrow, but we will get it done.
How does that work? When we have to call a public meeting, would that be part of our meeting or is that a separate meeting?
Separate, I believe, 2 separate.
I think we can make it part of ours as long as we properly advertise it. Yeah, we have to, for the public meeting, they have to be able to come in and object to it if they want to. So, because it's basically gonna end up being a special assessment against the property.
Yeah, but we could do it during our meeting, make it part of our meeting.
I think Judge is doing it.
Yeah, we can, but I think the goal would be to one part of a meeting, and then we do the next one would be probably a special meeting or a specially advertised meeting, so that because our meetings don't happen so rapidly. We have like 1 meeting a month, so we could have one of those public hearings during the regularly scheduled meeting, but then the next one, that would have to be like a week after that.
Okay, and the board would have to be part of that. I assume.
Right.
So you'll let us know.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comment by the supervisor? Public comment? Commissioner?
Supervisor Phillips,
Yes.
Supervisor Hoteling,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes,
President Gilpin.
Yes. Okay, next on the agenda is the discussion of the land air contract negotiations.
It's more Earl than me, but basically Landier has agreed to do everything Earl wanted them to do for within our budget, which budget was 120, it's 119.7 or 8, I think. You did agree to move some of our dirt from our dirt pile to a couple of the locations to help them out and sort of fit it within anything, but Earl feels good about it. And we're good to go. He says he can do it in about 2 weeks, 12 days of work, I think. We gave him 30 just to be safe, and he's supposed to start June 1st according to the contract.
And my first question is, with Earl resigning, who's gonna oversee it? Will Earl still be here when they do the work?
That's right, I think Earl will be gone the end of May, so it'll be up to Caswell.
Yeah, so Earl's last day is May 27th, I believe, so he will not be here, so. We'll have and we can speak after this meeting because our regional agronomist will be here later, so if you have any questions for him on that, but he'll probably help out. All of us will be here, Brian will be here, and we got, Ken and Robin will also oversee probably the more day-to-day stuff, but we'll have plenty of people here to oversee that, make sure we're, getting what we want, so shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I just want to be sure, because I know Earl has spoken with all of the essential parties and understands. I just want to be sure whoever is overseeing it
Right.
fully understands the desires of the ladies and that we get everything right.
So actually, right at this moment, regional agronomists, they're out there right now. They're out there around the property, they're talking about it right now since he's here today, so I don't foresee any issues.
Any other comments?
since Earl's not gonna be here again, do we actually have drawings of what's gonna happen? So somebody from our end can verify it?
Yes.
Well, he had drawings of how the keys would be structured, but I don't know if there are drawings to show exactly what the keys are going to be placed. Is that what we're working on?
I'll be sure that before he does go, we got about a month, I'll be sure that all that is taken care of for sure. They may already have it, but I will make sure that if they don't, that they do.
I think that we ought to have a set of drawings given to the district manager.
Yeah,
So he can have it, so we can verify what's going on.
yeah, absolutely, and we'll obviously be working together.
But it should have, to Neil's point, it should have the actual construction and the location.
Yeah, and it may already have, I just haven't seen it yet, but obviously me and Dan will both be highly involved in that process.
Any other comment?
So the contract that we originally signed, which is not even close to what's happening, is the one we're going to use.
Correct. It is basically the same on a square footage basis. We elected, Earl elected, I guess, to do 21 Ts instead of 36, fit it within our original budget, which was 120,000. If we tried to do what the contract originally bid, it was 178,000.
Well, that's the contract's 178,000 because they read the contract incorrectly.
The contract was drawn one place for 18 holes and one place for 36. So it depends on which place in the contract he elected to look at.
The contract and the RFP.
The RFP. The RFP came back in at 170, I think. But he neglected to put in enough greens mix, so when we went back to that, basically, during the negotiation, it all came together as 21 Ts, was what Earl felt would accomplish what needed to be done, and we could do it within the budget, so that's what he recommended.
As long as we get it right, we don't have to revisit the subject again.
Has anyone but Earl been involved with Landier?
That I know of.
Because I don't want to get into a situation of, well, I didn't say that, and Earl's not around here to say, yes, you did.
Correct, I'll be sure to jump in that loop and I'll bring Dan in where necessary to smooth that transition over, so it should be okay.
I would hope we'd have somebody in here to replace all of it, that's not a guarantee.
I hope so too, but and I know how long that can take sometimes. And again, my concern is Earl's the only one negotiating, and it's all based on a handshake rather than specifics in a contract.
We have
That's the worst area.
the exhibits. The exhibits. We have the exhibits.
Yeah. Do they include that?
It's the same thing that Earl sent to you.
I mean, I'm sure the drawings are correct, aren't complete, like, because Earl added on some gold tees and some.
Yeah, correct, so they're probably working through a couple of that stuff, I'm not sure if it's quite finished yet.
It's not in that.
Be happy to send that back to the board as soon as I have that information.
I don't care what's individually, I like my
Correct.
say, as long as it were documented so we can verify. the vote.
Yeah, I understand, and your concern is correct, and we'll make sure that we come.
Really, Lander can see them and sign off on it before we start.
Yeah, absolutely, and we got room for another 4 weeks, so we can get that covered. We're in good shape.
I believe there are exhibits on the contract itself that detail that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we'll do, is we'll attach all that. I think the RFP is generally attached, but we'll make sure that we get some sort of written documentation about whatever has changed from the RFP attached to the contract.
We do.
Any other comment? Public comment?
Good morning. I assume that you're talking about Earl McBinn, which is a surprise to nationally, the workaday members here. And very disappointing that he is leaving. Is there any specific reason why he's leaving?
I believe Earl took another job in South Carolina, which is closer to where his wife's family lives. As you know, Earl never moved here because he still lives over close to Bradenton. Someone's driving like an hour one way every day.
It's approximately 80 miles to his house in
I think it's
Sarasota.
about an hour drive.
Yeah, so we're fortunate to have him as long as we did. Obviously, that's not a great situation.
Well, certainly the members appreciate the expertise that he brought here. We haven't heard the word nematodes in 2.5 years or so. Other problems, the grains have been excellent shape far as I'm concerned, is, but very disappointing. I'm sorry that we had to find out this way. Earl retired, Earl resigned, you know.
We found out yesterday by email.
Well, you did, well. Sorry it happened. I hope we have a good replacement. Thank you.
So,
Any other public comment? Okay, move on to discussion of the recreation master plan. I think that's Ariel.
Morning Supervisor. Just want to do a quick recap of a couple of changes. I know we discussed them in each of our individual meetings with you, but just for the betterment of the group, a couple of the changes that you'll see here. Bocce ball has been added back into the project scope. You'll see that listed as number 4 on the posted document. The promenade itself initially was proposed as a walking path that went around the perimeter of Lake Granada. However, we have since found that we are not going to be able to go around the entire perimeter based on some of the land that is not owned by the Sun and Lake Improvement District. Therefore, it has been reduced to a 1/3 mile loop that stays within the recreation complex on the land that Sun and Lake does currently own. So that project, scope of that project has been reduced. One thing that's not on here, but we will discuss as we talk about the 5-year capital plan as it relates to recreation, is the addition of the replacement of the water feature that's currently at the pool that was installed when the pool was installed about 10 years ago. It's reaching the end of its life. It's requiring quite a bit of maintenance. So we've included that into our water project, if you will, as it relates to the adult aquatics pool. The major changes on recreation master plan. The projects were added into the 5-year the 5-year capital plan as it relates to recreation. Again, based on the meetings we had individually with each of the supervisors, we've suggested a few revisions to the fiscal year in which they fall. I have a list of where we would recommend those fall based on some of our conversations, just to start today's discussion. The main goal of today is to have a solid understanding of where we want those to fall for long-term planning purposes, obviously understanding that they can change at any minute based on potential grant funding that is available, or the direction in which the board wants to head with each of the projects. So for the purpose of today's discussion, a couple of the revisions we would suggest to make is the playground still remaining in fiscal year 21-22, bocce ball moving up to 22-23, the pool and the water feature combined in 23-24, the promenade in 24-25, the parking expansion really is going to be on an as-needed basis, but for the purpose of the plan, we have it in 25-26, and the multi-purpose field in 26-27.
Any comment by the supervisor?
are we talking budgets? Are we not talking?
That'll be later. She's just telling you that's what we talked to each one of you individually and come up with. I think it's one thing to understand is we're trying to get the overall so that we can then go apply for grant funding, matching funding, all of that sort of thing. So what we need is an approval of the master plan. We can figure out where it needs to go when, but until we get that, we really can't go out for grants. That's we had a meeting yesterday with Guardian, and he feels there's a lot of money available. So what we've given you in the budget, and we'll get there in a little bit, is basically that's a worst case scenario. That is if we funded it all ourselves, but there is grant money available and other stuff. So, but for this discussion, all we're really talking about is we want the master plan approved, and then we'll figure out where stuff goes. Is that correct?
So you want us to decide if we want all this stuff? That's all you're asking?
in that order.
Oh, in the order that you just recommended.
That is our recommended order. Obviously, if we get into the 5-year capital plan, if we need to make changes to that, that would probably be the most appropriate time to do that. But yes, what we're looking for is basically a consensus saying, yes, this document is okay to start including into the master plan, into the 5-year capital plan, and that we can go and start seeking grant funding as they would apply to each of these projects in doing so.
It's kind of a chicken or egg thing. You gotta get the chicken before you get eggs. Or you gotta get eggs before you get the chicken.
Can you do me a favor, and I'm sorry, I misunderstood what we're doing.
That's
Can you provide the changes from this sheet here? Are you making any changes? What the changes are there?
The changes that would, yes, so the changes that would apply to that document is as it relates to the budget year that each particular project would fall in. So would you like me to run back through the list of the year?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So playground, 2021-22,
Okay, that's where it was. Okay.
correct. Bocce ball, 22-23. The pool and water feature, 23-24.
324? That's what that. Does that include the water feature? That's
Yes,
20
the
Same thing, 23?
pool and water feature, 23-24.
Okay.
The promenade, 24-25. Parking, 25-26. Multi-purpose field, 26-27.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
From my perspective, based on the original thought on the promenade and the revised thought, because the original thought doesn't work, I'm not excited about the promenade. In my view, I move that down or out in priority to the end and see if we can come up with a better idea, a better place for the promenade. Just having it go around the parking area doesn't make sense to me. And I would move up parking, because I think parking, especially as we improve the playground and start doing the other things, having the improved parking, I think is going to be a higher priority. Other than that, basically, playground number 1, parking number 2, move everything else up, and I'm not number 6 up.
You could actually do parking in the watch ball.
I mean, the parking's 130,000. I don't think we have to be concerned
Right.
over what year we actually put it in. If we have a need for 130,000, we could put it in whatever the following year's budget is.
Correct.
I mean, that's how I would approach it. So I would say leave it where it is, but if the need comes earlier, we move it.
On an as needed.
That's how I would approach it. At this point, we have no clue what the needs are gonna be from a parking standpoint.
Yeah, the other piece of it is, if, for example, there was $1 million in funding to do the pool, we would probably move that up to tomorrow. And it just depends. This is kind of a moving target. And a long-term 5-year plan is just a plan, it's not spending it. But yeah, you're right. We need if we need parking, it's pretty easy to do, not a big deal.
I still think the promenade is a viable item. It's a third track. Granted, it's a lot smaller than we originally anticipated, but the concept behind it is a place for people to walk, sit, talk, exercise, and it's still a pretty nice feature for people who are in the community. So I don't know if I move it back. I don't mind moving it back a year, but I don't want to put it at the end of the line. I think it's.
Again, it all depends on what funding is available, but in our discussion yesterday with Guardian, all this stuff was put together before we had talked to him, but there's apparently some direct grant funding for purchases of real estate to actually make trails and fitness deals. So just because it's back in the bag doesn't mean we're not going to pursue it. And again, if the money is available, we can bring that back to you guys for change and move anything anywhere you want it to be. This is kind of a long-term roadmap, but that doesn't mean you got to go there. That just means that's what we're thinking at this point in time. But we get more money from grants, we're all over, and we will bring it back to you. And just because it's not on the next year's list doesn't mean we're not gonna ask for it.
I guess my thinking is that the new plan for the promenade seems to be kind of around the community center and complex. And I think, in my view, I rethink that. One of the things I liked about the promenade was the scenery, and the scenery of the parking area isn't that good to me. I'd rather see perhaps going partway around the lake and then looping back by the dog park or something back to the community center. So you're walking in a pretty area instead of an area with a lot of cars parked.
I thought the walking track was to the left of the park.
It is.
Huh?
It is. It's, but it doesn't go all the way to the dog park. I think when Neil sings, you want it to be longer along the lake and then come back. And we can certainly look at that.
But what we need to do is to get it on the budget so we can go out and fund it. That's what we need to do. It doesn't make any difference what order it is. We just need to get it in the long run plan so we can go out and see what funding it is. That's what we're trying to do, not discuss it more.
Yes, yes, sir, correct.
So I make a motion that we put it in the next plan,
Accept the master.
to accept the next plan.
I'll second that.
Are we doing a motion or are we?
Discussing. Do we do that?
Just discussion.
Yeah, we're still discussing, okay. I'll be fine.
If we get consensus, and I think we are there, then I think we're good to go.
I mean, I'm good with the items that are on the list.
Okay, all right. That's all.
If that's the question, that.
Me
That
too.
is our question.
Me too.
I guess if there's any public comment, we can hear some.
Bill Norcross, resident. Maybe this may not really pertain to the subject at hand, but it does have something to do with outside projects. Something to really improve the area here, which I wish was included in your budget request. One was years ago, Larry White proposed a gazebo built out there. And one of the reasons why is because, first of all, it elevates the stage, makes it attractive for weddings, which I don't know if it's considered recreational projects, but it really improves the area because I've attended weddings out there, and because of the slope and people down front being short of stature, yeah, you can't see them. You can hear them, but you can't see them. So Larry proposed at that time, it was about a $4,000 request, and it got rejected. I don't know, Dan might have been on the board at the time, but it was quite a while.
He wasn't, I was. And it wasn't 4,000,
It went more than that.
it was about 40,000.
It was about 40,000, which I think is outrageous.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sometimes our memory slips a little bit, but.
yeah, I think the decimal point was in the wrong place. But anyhow, it's just a suggestion, was I think everybody here is in favor of any kind of recreation improvements in the budgetary and the planning and everything else. It's really, it's progress, but a project like that, I think would add to the attractiveness of the place here for weddings and other events. Not big enough to have a bandstand out there, but something that would be really, really of value to the Sun Lake dining. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. McKinney here, good to meet you. I'm a resident. I just had a question. Is this going to be open to the public? could make some money, maybe we're not into making money, but I'm sure once the public finds out about the nice facility, they're going to want to use it, right? And before, I remember, I've been here 5 years almost. We don't really tend to want the public in on our amenities, which I can understand they don't upkeep it, but could be a potential way to help upkeep it financially. Just a question.
I think if I can see where you're going, if we take money from grants,
Oh, you won't have to do that.
well, yeah, we might, we're looking to do that, then it'll be open to the public.
Excellent. Because I'm thinking about like the high schools, swimming teams and intramural teams, sports teams. And it is already an attractive community, so that, like the gentleman said, would really upgrade it a little more. And I'm working with the education system, and there's a lot of kids that want to do stuff. So I think that'll be a great project. Thumbs up for me. Right. Oh, what size is the pool? Do you know yet?
Our current pool or the proposed pool?
The proposed.
The proposed pool would have a capacity of 200. Our current pool, just to give you an idea, has a capacity of 69.
And the length?
I do not have those exact measurements.
Okay, we can get.
Yeah, those will probably come when we actually do the full plan itself, but the general concept there would be if you think of size for 200, we're currently at 69, so substantially larger than the pool.
Should also note that that's an additional pool, so you would have two. This one would basically wind up being the children's pool and the other would be a lap pool type thing.
Anybody else? Okay, the next item, discussion.
Wait a minute, don't we have to give them direction?
Well, I think we already got that.
If we have a consensus that we're good with this, then that's what I need. All right. Good.
I think you have a consent.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need mine? You got three?
Yes, I would love yours.
Well, I'd like to know your opinion.
Yeah, you're out.
Okay. Discussion on general manager recruitment deadline.
Just want to make sure that I've got consensus again. I'm hearing lots of dates, and I feel like I've been kind of wishy-washy with you, and not saying I want to be gone this day, and I don't want to give you that kind of deadline. I'm having a difficult time figuring out when you really want me to recruit a successor. I think we need to recruit a operations person sooner rather than later. No more than had a discussion about this today. Do we really? We have to sit down. We haven't done in like 5 or 6 years an actual HR consulting to look at our job grades, and our job descriptions, and those kind of things. I don't want to blow that out of the water, but by the same token, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same book and page. I'm hearing from you guys you're okay with me staying, or you want me to stay, or a lengthier period of time than the initial 6 months. But I mean, if we get the right person in here and I need to go in 6 months, I'm okay with that. It's just kind of whatever. I don't want to put you in a box, and I don't care if you put me in one because it doesn't matter. Me, I'm retired and whatever. I'm not going to bail on put it that way.
I was retirement life. I wanted to know how you feel about it. Tell other people about it.
It was pretty good until a couple of months ago, but the pay wasn't very good. That's all I can tell you. Actually, I'm having fun, so it's not going to bother me if it goes longer. It's not going to bother me if it goes shorter. I enjoy being retired. I don't really care.
I just think it's something that, I agree with what you said to him, but we need as a board to make a decision. He's told us what he wants to do and what to do, so I think we owe it to him to.
Well, I think that we've got so many balls in the air that he is responsible for, that we need to take interim off and just make him the general manager for 18 months or 2 years and not worry about the other one. That's my opinion. Because, I mean, we've got so many things started that we'd like to see a couple of them come to almost completion. And I think that he has the expertise to do this within a 2 year
if we pick a date certain, then you can kind of back up from that and say, well, okay, he's out of here in, pick a number, March of next year, April, since it's April. Then you back up from that 6-7 months, and that's when you get your recruiter to find the person if you haven't already found one. In the interim, I'd like to be able to recruit an operations person who's maybe overqualified for that position, who could come in and maybe replace me, and if that happens before April, that's okay by me. I want to be as flexible as I can, and I want you to know that I'm not going to bail on you.
I think we have to do the operations manager because he's already told us he's not gonna work past December or whatever. it is.
Correct,
So
I agree with that.
we know we're gonna have an opening, and I think that's critical at this point. If we lost Michael and you and had somebody replace you, I think we're screwed. So I would vote to try and find or start finding, looking for a recruit or somebody to replace Michael right away. That would be my opinion on that.
I think most of us are, but I think that will go along with us deciding how long we want to end it. And, and that's the only thing that I would like as a supervisor to have Dan know. And he can bail if he's not gonna bail unless it's good for us. We just need to come up with a date, and I know last meeting, Ben, you said till next May. It could be longer. I mean, I think we owe it to him and to us to have a date.
Just a target date. I mean, it has to be, nothing has to be set in stone. But I can't really recruit a person to replace me until I know when I'm going to be replaced. That's all I'm trying to say. But
I mean, if you guys want to put a date on it for the sake of putting a date on it, that's fine, but it's worthless.
right, other than just.
He's gonna bail,
Well, he's gonna leave when it's time for him to leave, in his mind.
Yeah.
Whether he bails or he gets a replacement, so to
Can't
say
like
it's
find
gonna
your
be,
capital.
but to say May 1, October 1, we have no idea, so why even kid ourselves? As long as we have an agreement.
Well, if I think it's October 1, then I've got to be doing something about it today. If I think it's next May, then I've got some time to think it through. That's my only issue. And same with you guys.
Why don't we change it then to say extend to the proper time? I have to put a date on it.
My take is, I think we're all in agreement that we need to recruit immediately for the operational position, because we know that is coming up. In my view, we could recruit for both positions at the same time. We don't necessarily want to replace them at the same time, but we might find the right candidate. And my fear is, based on the applications that we got to our first endeavor, it didn't go well. And I don't know how long it's going to take us to find the right person. And I appreciate your willingness to stay on as long as we need you. But I also know that lots of things can happen, especially to us old retired guys. You may want to stay for 2 years, but your body may not. And we don't know what's going to happen. So
I'm not looking for 2, I can tell you.
Yeah. So I think, the bottom line is, I would start recruiting for both positions now, knowing that the ops person is the priority. So, maybe get the ops person in and immediately start looking for the other one, but immediately do the ops person.
Why don't I go ahead with the ops person then? There was one very good candidate that came from the other deal. Would you guys be interested in talking to him at this point in time, maybe as an operations guy with an opportunity to move up, assuming that I can't recruit my successor. I don't think that's my position, but I can recruit an operations guy.
Yes.
If you guys are okay with that, then I can proceed in that.
I would agree.
What is it? It needs to be your decision as well as mine,
Right.
if you will. That's my concern. I don't want to overstep my bounds with you guys.
The question would be, should we bring him in for a joint interview in a public meeting, or should we bring him in individually?
No,
You're talking about the general manager, right?
No, we're talking about the candidate that.
Well, I think the operations manager is not under our, I think so.
Yeah,
That's
this would
Dan's
be kind
hire.
of I'm talking about recruiting an operations manager that could potentially move up, but I would like for you guys to talk to him individually first. You gotta be careful because you don't want to have a public meeting hiring somebody that might get fired if you tell them he's looking for a job. You know, that sort of thing, but I can handle that, I can deal with that if that's what y'all want me to do. I'm trying to get clear direction.
That's why I just tried to clarify. So you'd like us to individually interview him if we can get him over?
Correct, assuming he's interested in doing that. I think he is, but I'll confirm that and I will get back to you individually. I'm good with that. That's all I need.
Does that take care of it, what you need, Dan?
It does for me, yes.
Okay. Do you need a consensus or anything, or?
So you're just staying on until it's time for you to leave?
Correct.
That's fine, I'm good with that.
Depends on whether I aggravate you or you aggravate me enough.
Do we need to change the contract now?
I think before the 6 months is up, we'll have to renegotiate their contract or do an extension, but that's not pressing right now.
Okay.
We're good. I just want to make sure we're all going to the same place at the same time.
Any, public comment?
Kelly Sunderland, resident for 21 years, which is probably longer than anybody else has been here, except maybe double it. About our operation manager. He has done more for this community in the time he's been here than anybody in the entire district. And I think in not trying hard to keep him here a little bit longer is a great mistake. There isn't anybody in this community who has not benefited from Mike Hurley and Lisa Hurley. They work in tandem, they all volunteering. He goes to any call he gets, morning, noon, middle of the night, it doesn't matter. He's up and out and doing what he needs to do. And losing him is going to be a great loss to this community.
Thank you.
Hey, Sally, this is his idea. I mean, I'm being honest, we didn't tell him he has to go. We decided he wanted to retire.
Did you try to negotiate with him?
I talked to him about it, he came back with an answer, he's ready to retire.
He was gonna leave a year ago. When we got
Yes,
the
he
front of the year.
I think it's been 3 years in a row he's gonna leave.
Yeah, I know. And every year he says, that's done, I'm done. He doesn't mean it.
Is there any other public comment?
Bill Norcross, resident. These are three critical positions that are going to be changed in the near future, and I suggest not to kick the can down the road too long. We had a problem with dealing with Board of Supervisors, and I thought that was too long a time to have 4 votes. So anyhow, on this situation of the present people are Dan and Michael and Earl, 3 fine gentlemen. And it's going to be hard to replace Michael and Earl and Dan. So I just hope that a lot of work being done to get the replacements and as I say, not to kick the can down the road any further than you have to, because these are very important positions, and I appreciate all the work they've done.
Anyone else? Okay. The next discussion is on board scheduling conflicts. I think we were asked if there's any dates that we might be, are going to be gone, that we can put them all together in case, so we can make sure we have a quorum.
You can do that here, or you can do that, you can touch with me or Chrissy or whatever, and we can bring it back to the next board meeting, however you want to do it. Like, know
I know he's gonna be gone the same, Friday and July that I am.
July from the sounds of it.
What?
As July from the sounds of it.
So they're,
Which Friday are you talking about?
the sixth, I think, or whatever,
13th.
13th.
Yeah.
Is that right, Chris? 13th.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it's a Tuesday night meeting. The 13th.
Have a meeting.
There'll be, and that's the kind of stuff that I want, if we can't, we can certainly have Dan work on this date, but just to see if there's other dates.
July 13th. Dan, it's July 13th.
That we won't be here.
July 13th.
Yeah, July 13th, it's a Tuesday night meeting,
Correct.
which would probably, that could be, if the four of us are gonna be gone, I think, you ought to work that out, Dan, and try to get something that's, good.
There is a board meeting on the 30th, which is next Friday. Or the end.
I'll be back.
But that's a night one.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need night
The
ones
only
anyway.
question is, we have one meeting in July, we want to have two, if we have two, I need to reschedule that. But there may be other ones that are conflicts as well.
Right, and that's what I'd like anybody to,
Why don't everybody check their calendar against this board meeting and then let me know. Just shoot me an email and then I'll bring it back to the next. And you can decide.
okay. You want to say something?
So you guys, the three of you aren't gonna be here in that July?
Four of us,
Four of us?
yeah.
It's a good thing we scheduled these things.
We got time enough to fix it. It's not a deal, not a big deal.
Well, when you're trying to figure out a date, let me know, because I scheduled around the board meeting, so I may have a conflict when you move.
I will. I'm not gonna move it. I'm gonna ask you guys. I'll give you potential. You can do this, this, or this. The other question is, do you really want to have another night meeting, or do you want to have it on Fridays like on the other meeting?
Or should we just cancel the 13th?
That's a possibility as well. I don't know. We've already put the budget by that time that we need to have a meeting. So for that particular meeting, you cancel. It's up to you.
Yeah, well, let's find out what we got and.
Okay, there may be others. I don't know. I know that there are some others possible. If you got one person.
Yeah, one is never a
We didn't
problem.
schedule it yet.
That happens a lot.
Yeah.
You're missing.
For everybody's, if you don't know, if Eric had to make an emergency trip to Illinois. I believe it's his son-in-law has COVID and is in the hospital. And I'm not sure exactly what the prognosis is, but I think maybe at least one other member of his family does as well. So it was. Planning on being here, I believe it was Wednesday.
He is watching on Zoom, so.
If you will, each one of you just shoot me an email and we'll.
Craig's on there.
I know yesterday he.
I told him
If there's more.
yesterday.
Okay, any public comment on that? Okay, discussion of the bill.
So for your review, we had a district property owner give us a proposal for some background. Just the district used to have an existing stagnant billboard on the north entrance of Foster Lane, on the north entrance of Sun Lake. It was torn down about a year and a half ago by the DOT on accident. The DOT ended up reimbursing the district $10,000. At that point in time, the district sought out to try and replace that billboard with an electronic billboard at that location. The supervisors deemed that it was not in the district's best interest for us to go into never, so that billboard was never replaced and that land is still available for a potential billboard. We had a property owner come to the district with a proposal for the board review to lease the land from the district. The lease is for a 30-year lease, and he will install an electronic billboard at that location. It's going to be double-sided. One side will be digital, one side will be static, and then lease that to the district for one advertising spot out of the 10 on each side going forward. That is the current proposal in front of you today for discussion.
That's not the way I read it.
What you read?
Only one side will be digital and we'll only have
Right, so
access to one side.
Correct, so starting it's gonna be one side digital, we'll have one spot out of the 10 on that one digital side, the other side will be static. We will not have anything on the static side as it's just one static spot. At a future point in time, if the plan is for him to also make the other side digital, once that becomes digital, then we can exercise another option to have one spot out of the 10 on the other side as well, is how the proposal currently stands. So it's kind of a caveat. Right now, you're getting one spot on the digital. There is potential that once they upgrade to 2 digital sides, you will get 2. What is static? Well, static is just a normal billboard. When you walk by, it's just a vinyl sheet. Someone paid for the spot for all year long. It's never going to change. Versus the digital, it's recurring. You can pay for 1 month, you can pay for 6 months, you can pay for all year long, and it stays on the roll.
The electronic side would be visible southbound on 27. The static sign would be visible northbound. And
so this is their just first proposal. We have not had conversation. We have not come back with a counter. This conversation is to see what the board's position is on having first the lease, what that value is to the district. Would we consider leasing the land? And then the second portion of that would be, are we interested in just obtaining one slide out of 10? Are we okay with that arrangement? Or do we want to do more of a nominal fee per month or annual basis? Those things we can counter back and have a discussion. We want to know the position going forward on how we should approach the conversation.
What is the value of the land that we're leasing?
It's relatively minuscule. It comes to a point right there.
It really has no other potential use except for a billboard. Right next to
Nobody can
conservation.
buy it and build a commercial building there or anything like that.
No, it's a sliver of land. It's right next to conservation easement. How about? So really the only potential use for it is either the district install a billboard at our own cost, which we had in the past, or lease the land. Determining the value of a lease is going to be extremely difficult. So we can put out an RFP and see if we get 10 proposals, or we can negotiate what we have now.
Well, I'm not big on a 30-year lease. I'd like to make it a 10-year lease renewable if both parties agree. Something like that. I mean, 30 years to me is just a long period of time to commit to any personal opinion. I also would be concerned over what he's going to put up as other advertisements. I don't want any, I would like to know what's being advertised that we're part of and make sure that we're okay with it. It's kind of hard to explain. No, I don't want to see Spring Lake.
I think we could control, maybe we don't want other communities of similar nature golf courses. I think we could dictate maybe some of those caveats, but to say, let's say, I don't know, a tobacco company comes to him and says, I'm gonna pay for 5 spots. For us to say that's not allowed, I don't think that someone's gonna go into business and make an investment in a billboard if you're gonna constrain them to who they can and can't sell to.
No, but our competition, I'd like to have.
Right, yeah, I think that's completely feasible in a conversation. We can put that in our agreement. I think a 10-year lease is definitely something we can consider. I think anything that.
I mean, that's just my, I don't know what the other guy.
I had many of the same concerns. 30-year lease, I'm like, wow, okay, that's reasonable. I understand what he's trying to do. He's got to amortize his costs.
Right.
I don't know what his costs are. I know he's going into this to make money. I think before we even look at a 30-year or even a 10-year lease, I'd like to know what the benefit to the district might be to us building a billboard and putting it up and having control.
So
We
we did,
looked at that.
yeah, we did, and I'll send the board and I wanna say it was about a year and a half ago, we did a full presentation to the board, we did the cost on a single-sided and double-sided. The return on investment was somewhere around 15 years. After that, then it's 100% paid for, and it's a revenue stream. But once again, the district is then going into a private sector business, and you're running a business and you're selling spots, and if they go vacant, then there's no revenue. So you get into another realm of non-government functions that isn't typical for government purposes.
If I remember right, the number was about 225,000.
Yeah,
Somewhere around there, that's all.
it was high in the digital part of it. And that's why.
Not only that, but you also have ongoing maintenance. Once again, the district's long-term, could there be potential to make money? Absolutely. Is it the best decision for the district? It's hard to.
Well, by owning it ourselves, we could control our messaging more. In other words, he's offering us an ad to cycle for a few seconds every 10 ads. And we may want to run an ad for the golf course and an ad for the restaurant and an ad for development of some kind at some point. And if we limit ourselves to one ad, how do we decide what that's going to be? And, does it replace the ad that we're currently buying on a digital billboard?
That would be a good question. Can we rotate our own ads? That would be a question to ask.
Yeah, we control the content of our own ads, yeah.
So we can change it every month. Our slot is our slot.
I'm not talking about changing every month. I'm saying rather than changing it every month, if it's flashing up there for 6 seconds every minute.
Right. So if you wanted 3 spots, then you would pay for an additional 2 in this current scenario. The opposite of that is if you owned it, you have 10 slots. Now you could have 5. The other 5 you need to offset with selling it to someone. If you don't sell it, then there's an annual cost to the district. Is that cost going to offset what you would spend? So if we're spending $10,000 a year for this billboard that we just installed, and instead we could be paying $2,000 a year for 2 spots to offset something more than likely isn't going to make sense.
Yeah.
In a location that's right next to Sun Lake.
I guess the biggest issue I would have is that we don't have a very good track record for being able to sell stuff to other people to pay the cost that we put into it to begin with. We don't have that expertise apparently.
I understand that there may be a way to structure the deal with a partner who is in that business. Maybe it's this partner, maybe it's somebody else, where we would still own the sign, we would own the revenue, and we would share the revenue with them rather than giving them full. Then we would have control over whether or not we want to keep the sign there or keep it down. If we give a long-term lease, the way this is worded, he can take it out whenever we want, but we can't. I'm still not giving up that much control.
And this is, he drew it to his.
Yeah, correct.
Well, I understand.
This is phase 1.
We don't have to agree.
Right, and I wouldn't agree to this, but, if he wants to talk with something that is more balanced with the district, or if we go out with an RFP to see if there's anybody who would put together a deal that would better benefit us. I'd be inclined to looking at that, because I kind of like that billboard that previous is North Cape. But
It's not there.
I know, but I liked it when it was there.
Is there any other comment from the board?
Yeah, I mean, we've been down the road with the billboard. I'm not interested in buying a billboard and putting it up.
Well, I didn't go down the road because you did it before I was on the board. I'm interested.
Beverly, do you have any kind of opinion on
I think this is slanted toward him, and if he wants to be serious, then he needs to come back with a more serious proposal
Okay.
that's beneficial to both parties.
it? And I too am not interested in getting in the billboard business, because I was here when we looked into building our own. I went through this with the GPS that we had, our super salesman from Casper, and it didn't work out. We just do not want to get in the billboard business. We can make this we can have them negotiate something a little better, but,
So I guess the question is, do you want district staff and me to work with district staff and come up with a counter proposal to bring back to you to vote on, to go to him, or do we just want to tell him, we're not interested in this, come back with something?
it's, I would say just renegotiate a little more, maybe go 10, 15 years, because it doesn't sound to me like they want 30. But, we just need to try to work it out, like Beth said, a little better and bring it back.
Yeah, I would say if he can come back with a proposal that's more balanced, we'll take another look at it. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time renegotiating.
Right,
Okay, so-
and it's really, when they tore that thing down, and I thought it was gonna be pretty simple to put up, but it's too much, I thought this was a pretty simple solution other than working out the years, but I guess it isn't. Cause it's advertising we won't have. But again, try to negotiate a better contract if it's okay with the board.
So make sure I understand, you want 10 to 15-year terms instead of 30. I think that's reasonable. And you want no other ads that would be other communities like
Makes sense.
any other parameters.
Yeah, I'd like more flexibility for our messaging.
You want more of them.
Well, not necessarily more of them, but if we got one every 10 seconds, rather than having the same every minute, rather than having the same message going every hour or every minute, one time it may be advertising the golf course, and another time it might be advertising Island View.
Okay, got it.
And whatever else, so.
I don't know.
Cycling through the day, so instead of the same message every minute, we're able to get multiple messages.
You have to see if that's even doable. I've never seen a digital billboard where it's not a recurring theme for that month. I don't think they can just say it's gonna be out of view and go on. I don't think that's doable. We'll look into it.
I don't either, but.
We've also seen, I
Supposed to be flexible.
was explaining to David, I've seen some RFPs issued by other cities where they've done revenue sharing provisions. They've also, at the end of 10 or 15 years, negotiated or put in a contract agreement where there is a potential buyout by the district. So we'll look into all those options that we feel are in our best interest, and then we'll bring that to his attention. If he wants to agree to go further, we'll bring that back. If they don't, then we can issue an RFP and see if there's other potential out there.
Very good.
My belief is that a lease with an operator where we're sharing is a better way to go.
All right, that's us, man.
So you got a direction there? Okay.
Well, you can't.
Add-on items. Oh, just a minute. Do you want public comment on that? Okay, come on. Sorry.
This is probably already thought of. But I didn't want to leave it unsaid. Geneva resident, excellent idea, but can we have limits on what's being said? With the free speech thing going on, and I'm very sensitive to elementary kids and our children, so are we gonna have limits on what's being put up there? And you know what I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Something that's not gonna be offensive. Definitely. You can limit that, right?
We're gonna try.
I think we all agree that it's what's offensive with me sometimes. But
I'm just meaning in the
that's
sense
good.
of
It's a
adult
good
versus
question.
children thing.
It's a good question.
Everybody has to have their ability to speak.
Yep.
Some things for the children's sake, for community.
Good question.
I don't know, it's a hard thing to cover.
Yep.
It is hard, and a good example, because I know they do.
Because it's really private, yeah.
Is Bloom Blooms. It's like, okay, some people don't like guns and ammo being advertised, but they're big advertisers. So is that offensive or not offensive?
Well, the way they advertise it, for example, you know, and they say they have classes and they say you're responsible, they say you're gonna get licensed. To me, I can't see the offense there, but I understand that absolutely no gun person would be offended with anything. This is okay. But you know, I'm being specific about that. Already extra. That's, I guess I should have just said that.
Difficult question, definitely.
George Puffenberger, brother. As a
he's not a Sun Lake resident, he's a city of Sebring resident. He's a property owner in Sun Lake.
So to avoid you going to him and him coming back and you going to him, why don't he come in and make his own presentation on the board? He'll mind you questioning whatever questions you have, content, time, and stuff.
I wish he would have been here. He knew it was on the agenda today. He may have had another conflict, but he should have been here.
So call him back and let him make his own proposal. I mean, Jesus is gonna save you back and forth before meetings.
I don't have a problem with it making a better presentation to staff.
Or can say, okay, we don't like this, we like that, and then you say, it's not gonna happen, and it's done. Yeah, but I have just a question in general. I should have asked it earlier, but I have trouble getting up and down. When you talk about the pool and water feature, what's the water feature?
In the shallow end of the pool, so we obviously have the lagoon entrance, there's like a kids water feature and
It's a shallow to deep end.
yes, so it's a
I
zero.
always wanted water feature, I thought maybe the pool had water in it, so that was the feature.
No, it's a zero entry and there's like a feature at the front of it for kids.
It's got a thing that'll dump water on your head if you're hungry.
Any other public comment?
Bill Norcross resident again, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of controversial subjects here. As far as billboards, we were very surprised, I think Tanya was very surprised at the time when they tore that billboard down. She had to drive by twice, she couldn't believe it was gone. I always thought that a static billboard is very valuable to because it's there 24/7. And it doesn't break down. Electronic billboard is very expensive. I heard just the one section per week or per month is $900 a month. That's a lot of money for just maybe a 6-second advertising, which I think is dangerous too, because now you're taking your eyes off the road. It's not a very good idea. Static is at least you can see it and it's not jumping back and forth. And I think it's an ideal situation, even though it is across the wild turkey, but it's an ideal situation. But and what really bothered me about a year ago, they had a static billboard north of Avon Park. On the left-hand side of the road, it said, "Welcome to Sun and Lake community." That is probably in the worst position that could be, leaving the area and advertising for the area you just left. It was stupid. So anyhow, it was probably a mistake, but that's okay. But I think that area that the former billboard was there was a good area, and I think it would be to our advantage to advertise coming into our 2 entrances in an ideal situation, because a lot of retention by drivers are go, "Oh, look at that, let's stop by. Oh, there's a restaurant there, we're hungry. Oh, there's a golf course. We like to play golf." So I think it'd be advantageous to have a static billboard up there and we control what's on it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, add-on items.
Could I just add on to that for purposes? Bill makes a good argument, and I guess before we make any other decision, I'd like to know what the cost of putting up a static billboard.
It was $30,000.
We'll go back and figure out what it would take for us to put a billboard back on the call, static, digital. We'll bring it.
And there's an ongoing cost because it was a change it on a regular basis, so it becomes stale. Basically, the value that he's offering us just as a lease is basically $900 a month.
Yes.
If we think it's worth more than that, we can tell them we need 2 instead of 1. I mean, there's a lot of different things you can do. This is first off. I don't know what it costs, but, cost as well. It's an initial expense plus.
I'm curious, and I think before we make a decision, I'd like to know the variable possibilities.
We can find out.
So what are we doing? Are we having him come visit us, or are we gonna have him visit you guys and you guys are gonna give it to us, or?
I think we can talk to him and tell him that these are our concerns and ask him to come back and make his own presentation.
So it's a combination. Hopefully we'll get it done.
Yeah, this is just, it's crazy, it's been both. Make a decision one way or the other. You know. Okay, add-on item. Petitions and communications,
None.
There wasn't a.
staff reports. And who's first?
I'll go first. The watch orders are really starting to go up there. We got 260 this month. Warning notices we sent out 15. The feral hogs, we've picked up 12 in the last couple of weeks and relocated them. We trapped them and they caught them by dogs. And knock on wood, last week we haven't had any hogs on the course. We also are sending staff out. We send a couple of maintenance guys out every couple of nights. Yeah.
Where?
I don't ask where they take them.
Oh, but it's all not anywhere you're sending money.
No, we don't put them in the back. No.
It's like you take your puppy to the farm.
Right.
Things you don't ask.
Thank you, Dan. We also send a couple of maintenance guys out at night and ride the course. And a lot of people have been calling, what are they doing out there? And they actually chase them off the course. And I think that's working too, because once they're harassed, they stop coming back. Now I know they're going out back somewhere, but we'll handle that when they start getting those.
I would just caution on that, because they can attack.
Yeah, I went to the trap the other day. When I walked up, there were 2 big ones in it, and it actually just come right at me and smashed against the gate. So, but being as quick as I was gone, so.
Mike, I know at the last meeting we said, is it improved tonight that we're gonna just not do something?
No.
At the last meeting, we said we see how it's gonna be. by
Yeah,
this
well,
weekend.
it's improved, but I'd like to go a few more weeks and see how we are.
I think what we're doing is working.
Right.
So we should continue to do it. We aren't through yet, but I think we're getting there.
Okay, I just wanted something to tell, because I told people.
Yeah.
That we were gonna make a decision this meeting on whether to see how it's done. So
Yeah.
I just want something to tell them.
Well, it's, like Dan said, it's improved, but I think we should continue and, okay?
So this is kind of yours. One of the plans, you guys are coordinating when we're gonna fix the golf course.
That's part of my report.
That's it.
That's part of my report.
Yeah, that's Mike.
Part of his
Oh, you're hot number 2 over here? Okay.
Okay. And that's pretty much it. Everything else has been pretty quiet. Okay.
Is that it, Mike?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Who's next?
All right, I'll go. All right, so we'll start with the golf course stuff. So yeah, so the hard pressure on the golf course is definitely slowed down. I don't think we've had any in a while now. So next week, we're gonna start prepping those areas. Some of them are bigger than others. Some will be very easy to clean up. We'll be able to clean and roll. Most of the areas are out in the rough. In some of the areas, you will actually have to clean up and either seed or put some more hay in there, whether it's sod or spritz. So, it's not all gonna be the same fix, but we're gonna be starting next week.
And trouble with the guy's property that they.
I'm gonna take a break in a minute.
Nothing about that.
That's somebody's private property, right?
What that,
They know your watch.
I think it's.
Yeah, because I sent Dan a note.
Number 9.
Yeah.
On the left-hand side. Property.
They haven't complained to me. That's all I can tell you. You know, but they know we're out there trying to catch them. I mean, the whole Sun and Lake knows that.
Well, we don't own the hogs, so I don't think it's our responsibility
Right.
to fix somebody's private property, just like they did
Well,
over here.
it's not even on both sides.
If it's on our property, we'll definitely fix it.
And it's on their property.
Right. It's up to the homeowners to fix their own.
I had a lady at the dog park show me pictures on Manor, what is it, Manor, the ones with the roofs that are real nice. As
Yeah.
you come in.
Yes, yeah.
Her neighbor's yard was tore up. She showed me pictures and I just told her, I said, go to the district office.
Mhm.
And she said, well, her neighbor said her yard wasn't that nice anyway. I said, well, go to the district office. So
Yeah.
they are getting a few people, but
Yeah.
when they come in, we can't make them, but it's destroyed part of her yard.
Mhm.
Okay, so.
Well, like Mike says, we don't own the pigs. I mean, really, to be honest with you, I've talked to 2 other golf courses and they're having problems too. And, you know, they're doing exactly what we're doing, you know, we don't own them, but it's like, it's a courtesy
We're definitely doing
to do what we're doing.
moving them.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I mean, those things are going after the dollar weed. They're not really, that's why they're not on fairways, I think, because we don't have dollar weed on fairways. Some people have it in their yards, so that's probably why they were having fun.
or they're not spraying the
I
yards.
guess if they don't come to the office, we don't have to worry about it, because
Right.
I said report it.
Right.
And that's all I said.
Go ahead. All right, so the Green Sun Deer were ninja timed this week. Turtle run's gonna be done sometime next week. If you've been on the course, we brought you the tree plant, so the critical trees on 2, 4, and 5, they've been removed, there's still some stumps there. Basically what we'll do is we have several stumps, so instead of just bringing a guy out and having one stump, we'll come out and collect it and do a group of them when it's full. Earl says it's on the plan for next week for that to happen, but we'll see, whether that some of our projects have been delayed.
Concerning stumps,
Yes,
that stump on turtle number 4 by Sally's house, is that 4?
I don't live there anymore.
Oh, that's about your old one. There's that phallic, what looks like a big fat pencil.
for turtle.
Yeah, it's been there, it's on the right-hand side of the fairway, it's been there for God knows how long, and it needs to go.
Right, so I'll make sure that stump is gonna be right. He does have on the list, because we did plant some new trees, and he has on the list that we planted a
Thank
new tree on number 4. So there was a replacement tree, so I'm assuming that's gonna be right, but I will make sure that it is, I'll make sure it's on the list.
I mean, you can see it, they're really.
Yeah, I'm assuming it'll be on the list with, we definitely have stone wall. Obviously, you're aware of the ride clubs that we've had around primarily on turtle collars. Those have been sprayed out, so we should start to see those go away. In both courses, we'll see another round of spring fertilizer. Obviously, we want to promote the growth primarily, but also the fairways and everything else. So that is a golf course update. Moving on to the restaurant, things obviously have started to slow down. A lot of people have gone north. Plus, we had some bad weather earlier in the week, so it was definitely a slower week. So obviously, we're keeping an eye on that. So we'll be making adjustments to our operation, based on utilization, just to make sure we stay within our labor footprint that we have proposed. And also later today, we'll update you on some hours of operation that we'll go to in the summer. We've always gone to some summer hours, but we will have an update for you later today on exactly what that is. Just want to let everybody know that we will have the chamber banquet on Tuesday, May 11th. That banquet is typically late January, but obviously due to the situation, it's been postponed, so that is going to come out May 11, and that is a full building event. So we will close the building for dinner that night, just so you're aware. And I'll repeat that a few times when I update you guys. On the golf course, we ordered the limited flight range balls. However, everything takes forever, it seems like right now, so we're looking like August at the earliest before we get those. It's just a product of the environment we're in right now. Update, we do have the New Hope Golf Tournaments tomorrow, sold out, and we have the Rotary Golf Tournament May 1. That tournament, I have heard, is also sold out. Summer League started on Tuesday. We got about 112 players, which is pretty much where we're at every year. So pretty well sold out the Summer League as well. Our supplemental carts that we have, the 20 white carts, that lease ended on the 15th. They're still on property. They're scheduled to be picked up Monday, May 3rd. If we get in a pinch, we can still use them, but the lease has ended, just so you know. We have started some communications, you probably see some later today, urging members to start pairing up in carts. The vocabulary we used on that is if you have been vaccinated and you feel comfortably in social environments, we would like to see you start riding 2 in a car again. It just helps protect our course, it helps the operation run more smoothly. We don't have extra cars to wash, turn, all that other stuff, so it definitely helps us out. That is all I have on my update for now, and I will check on that stuff for you.
Might note that the Indigo, I guess, Rain Trust will be here immediately after, whenever they get here, 12, I guess, to do their quarterly report. So you guys are welcome as well. It's a workshop, though.
Mike, I just wanted to ask, are you okay with how it's going with the carts and stuff so far? You brought up a wonderful so.
Yeah, I've brought it up several times. I just wanted to make sure we have a plan to return back to normal. Obviously, we want to do it responsibly. I think we're starting to see a few people start to double up. I feel there's definitely some people that are concerned with doubling up, and that's understandable. However, I do feel there's a lot of folks out there that are just kind of taking advantage of the situation. They don't socially distance anywhere else, so why do they need to grab one in the car? I've seen 4 people ride in a car for a half hour to get here, and then ride in 4 separate cars. I've seen husbands and wives ride in separate cars. We're working in a good direction. I don't know if I'm going to say I'm 100% happy. Obviously, we want to do it responsibly, and I think we're finally going to start the trend in the right direction.
I got 2 questions. One might not, we may tell me to wait for later. The current cars, the new cars with the lithium, how are they doing? Do we have any problems?
They're doing fine. Obviously, part of that was we were going to save electricity and charging. I haven't necessarily seen that go down yet, but I think we're charging more carts than we used to, just from the fact of we're using more carts than normal. As far as longevity, I mean, they go 36 volts just fine. They're fairly new. We have had a couple carts that have been damaged, but they've been obviously been paid for. We've been reimbursed for somebody that ran into somebody else's car or something and we had to fix the front end.
I mean, these got to hold up for 4 years, right?
Around 5. So I have noticed that they have an independent front suspension where the old Easy Goes had this like the single solid rock, front end there. So we have seen that I think the front ends are a little easier to damage. They can't take quite a hit, if you will. And obviously everybody's riding the carts they're not there, so they're not as responsible for them. Hopefully that's not an issue, but we have had to have a couple of repairs that we weren't expecting we would see in the year 1 of a lease.
Is there such a thing as a protection plan you can buy?
I mean, they are warranty. The warranty doesn't cover if I run into a tree, so I am keeping an eye on that situation. I'm making sure we're documenting every time we have to do something. Just because I'm not overly concerned. It's happened to 3 cars, and 2 of them were from people not paying attention, if you will. And, you know, they've had to basically reimburse us for fixing it. We've had maybe 1 that we don't know what happened. We had to fix the front end. So something I'll keep an eye on. I'm not too concerned about it yet. If it does become an issue, I'll let you know. I'll be, you know, working with the rep to say, hey, you got something wrong with the front end, but we'll definitely keep an eye on that.
My other question, which you may say wait till later on, is Earl originally, or based on our is going to start working on a plan to merge the district equipment to the golf equipment. So are we on hold? Are we not doing it for the time being?
I don't necessarily know that needs to go on hold. I think that's something we can work with both for the next 4 weeks when we have them, and we can work out the succession plan of that. I know it's been worked up the chain to our regional agronomist. That's the goal that we're working through with the district. Obviously, we'll continue to work through it with the district. And that's something that myself and our regional director of operations can be highly involved in, as well as any replacement for Earl. And we're working through the district with that. So I don't foresee that as a problem. We can hopefully maybe in the next 4 weeks have him put together make sure he gets us that plan. I'm sure he'd be happy to do so. But you know, in the future, you know, I don't see a problem with a successor completing that plan.
I think there's another 1.5 years on our current lease, and that's when it would make sense to look at the combination. But between now and then, we need to be proactively looking at what we actually need versus what we have, and what makes sense to lease and what makes sense not to. Yeah,
We're going to continue to work with it.
Correct. It's not going well.
Yeah. I don't think we necessarily need to have a role there. I think we have plenty of people on our team that can facilitate that relationship with the district and move forward on that.
Any other questions? Okay, next. Ariel or Omar, that it?
Yeah, we don't have anything.
Gym manager. Oh,
How you mind? Yeah, I don't have a whole lot. The main good news I have is that the foreclosures that we started against the bondholders identified 4 individual companies, which were basically all owned by the same individual, foreclosed against. We've settled. They'll be turning over all the, I think it's 23 properties to the district through deeds of legal foreclosure. Yeah, the phase 5 bond stuff. So we should have that probably I'll be drafting up the deeds of legal foreclosure over the weekend and get it to their attorney for execution. So I would figure by the end of the month that property would be belong to the district. We'll, with our relationship with the bondholder, we're responsible for marketing them. So, but the bondholder is happy that we're in that situation. So that's all I've got.
thank you, Dale.
I got a question.
Oh, and sorry. The Mueller issue. We had a meeting yesterday. Omar, Dan, and I, and Mr. Early were all there, and they capitulated on quite a few points except for the dollar amount. The dollar amount Omar had come up with was $200,000, which he thought was very fair, and I agreed. Their counteroffer is unfortunately $500,000. So I think Omar will agree with me that it's not a settlement offer that we're comfortable recommending to the board. The big issue is going to be timing. We have the litigation exists, and based on unless the board wants to potentially accept this or counteroffer it, we're expecting a response. My last conversation with Mr. Laconi says that their response has been drafted. It just hasn't been filed yet because we were anticipating this settlement discussion yesterday. So I think right now, Omar agrees that it's not something that we would recommend. The main problem is, now we have to discuss it. If we're not going to accept this settlement offer, Do we need to look into doing an RFP for a full rework, for a brand new system to the tune of $1.2 million? Six months window, probably more like, 8 to 10 with going through the RFP process, the bid process, and then finding a successful bidder and starting, installation of the new system. Or, do we want to think about, potentially, accepting this settlement offer or counter it to see if they'll accept a counter?
How much was it?
Basically $500,000.
They offered us 500,000?
No, we would have to pay $500,000.
They might have a new system put in?
To have their new system put in.
I mean, I'm not big on that company.
Their offer was $500,000 to put basically the new electronic components on top of the old meter, which is a problem. You've already got 7.5-year-old meters in the ground that most water districts say you should replace after 10. So you only got 3 years of it before you start having issues. I just don't see it makes sense when you can do the whole thing for $1.2 million. I don't know what you think we could recover from Mueller so far, but this has been going on for years. I would agree with you. I'm not real impressed with the performance.
The new system, that's not Mueller, that's a different company, right?
No,
If we were to buy a new system.
No, correct.
And the new system would have a 10-year, and it would cost $1.2 million.
About.
I'd say soon.
Oh, yeah, we're doing that, so.
Well, I mean, I'd say soon.
Yeah.
1.2. I go for everything. I don't want to do this. I personally don't want to do business with your company.
You guys have what your assessment would be of our potential collection.
Well, yeah, and I think that, if we do an RFP, that's going to significantly help our, our argument as what a system, would cost. So what what our quote unquote damages are. I don't know if we flat out reject this offer and tell them, we're moving forward with litigation, because right now they haven't spent a whole lot of money on attorneys. The problem is that this litigation will, drag out for a minimum of, 6 months, more likely a year. But, the potential for recovery is, in my opinion, significant. So I don't know if we want to have if we want to do consensus as far as rejecting this, or if you want to direct us to go back with the counter, or just, to say, this, in my opinion, if you want my advice is reject this offer and move forward with litigation.
My understanding is we made an offer of 200 and they counted 5.
Correct.
We reject it and move on. We figure out what our damages are and pursue it.
The only question I would have for David is, okay, if we do exactly as Neil said, which is what I would like to see, you said that in the past we'll wind up in mediation more than likely. So I don't think we ought to get too far out in front of that mediation, because the mediator could basically say, well, you got to, Mueller, you got to do it for 3 and you got to take it. So
the mediation, they can't force us to accept. So, but the directing us to mediation is going to be the next logical step through. They still have to file their answer. They have, once that's been filed, the discovery process would start. My guess is what my recommendation, what I believe Scott's recommendation would be as well, is to go ahead and enter into mediation, because we know that's going to happen. It's always going to happen before a trial. So if we start get into that process immediately, and we'll see because at that point it just comes down to dollars. When we enter into mediation, they could say, we're not going to mediate at this point, at least in my opinion, with Mueller to say, okay, we're going to come in and fix it. Basically, when we enter into mediation, it would be a dollar amount. They're going to pay us a certain dollar amount of damages. So, and that's something where we would be entering into a shade meeting to discuss whether or not to accept those dollar amounts. So, yeah, in my opinion, moving forward, we reject this offer, we start the RFP process, and we get them to file their response, and then look to enter into mediation as quickly as possible.
One additional complication is that we have Florida Rural Water doing a full-blown survey. So they should come back, as they told us last week, with a recommendation exactly what we should do, and we should have that the next week or so from what he said.
Right.
No guarantee.
I kind of agree with all what you said, but I personally am waiting for you guys to tell us what you want. And that's all I've been waiting for, and so you guys gotta decide what we're gonna do and tell us.
Well, yeah, that's basically the recommendation that based on their response and their counteroffer is, my recommendation would be to reject the counteroffer, tell Mr. Laconi to move forward with the litigation, start the RFP process, and, enter into mediation as soon as possible.
Would you need something from us to do that?
No, I mean, a
Okay.
consensus right now to move forward in that direction is fine.
I agree.
We need to get going on it.
There you go, you got your consensus.
I'll call Mr. Laconi today.
Consider it done.
General manager.
Okay, we're working on getting the pool deck resurfaced. We're doing that at the Gulf surface, and we are now waiting on, we either have a leak or maybe just wash out from where people get out of the pool. One way or the other, we gotta figure that out. We have a firm coming over from Tampa, from the coast. They'll be here Wednesday. We basically have a great big hole in the ground right now that we've got cones around. The pool is still open, but we're working on that. We were putting money into the budget to resurface the pool anyway for 2022. Looks like that's going to get moved up to this year, which is an unbudgeted item for this year, but we're going to spend the money anyway. So it's kind of 6 and a half dozen together. That's about $40,000. And I don't know what it will cost to fix the hole in the ground. That could be relatively minor if it's only an issue of water coming out, splashing out of the pool. Or if there's a serious plumbing issue, we just don't know at this point in time. I don't know if you have any other comment on that area.
No, that's about it. The only other thing, what we've done in the meantime to help keep the washout from getting into the hole and obviously furthering the issue is we have lowered the level of the pool by about an inch or two. So the only closure that we may have as a result may potentially be next Tuesday if we needed to take the time to refill the pool. The leak detection company said that they do need it full, just like we would normally have it, so they can give an accurate assessment as to whether or not they find a leak. Obviously, if that happens, we'll do our normal send out an email blast and let everyone know, but just so that we know that from what we're seeing right now, that should be the only potential closure, just depending on how quickly we can fill up the pool if there are folks there.
The pool is designed with basically no lip, if you will. So that's fine for your swimming pool in your backyard, but it's not so great when you've got a lot of people in there doing aerobics or something. You've got waves and splashing water. So it's possibly you would consider the sign issue, which might not do that. Looks good, but we got what we got. So we'll have to think about that as we sign another pool. Sent out yesterday an email to everyone on the, basically the member list, just upgrading or updating them on the ethics policy that the board adopted last year. I thought that was quite well done. I can say that because I wasn't here, but very well done. And just make sure everybody's up to speed and knows that we are watching what people are doing that is inappropriate. We did have one individual who accosted several of our members, and he was removed from the property and trespassed, so he is not supposed to set foot on the property again. But, it's kind of like anything else. If you act like adults, then there probably isn't an issue. But I think that guy may have had some issues beyond what we were talking about here. But you gotta deal with that sort of thing. Mike, you didn't mention the filters, but they are, the filters on the lift stations are in place.
The Kansas is done.
Kansas is done. We were out there yesterday, standing that close to it. You could smell nothing.
Right. You couldn't smell the lift station. The other one should be fixed next week. They're just waiting for a part. Okay, also the roof over the community center, hopefully it'll be finished. Hopefully it'll be finished Sunday. They're hoping because they're gonna work the weekend. I don't know. Well, I don't know. You know, it was in tough shape. There were a lot of plywood we had to change and stuff. But it's there and it should be done next week.
Somebody told me that you have to replace all the screws after 10 years? Is that
No,
true?
30 years.
Huh?
30 years.
The screws, not
It's
the.
30 years.
Okay, that's good.
And I told you that in the meeting if you would. Okay, you don't listen to me right.
I try to you out as much.
No.
He doesn't speak into the microphone, so you
Right.
couldn't hear that.
Yeah, it's usually around 30 years. You know, and what they do is they go with a bigger screw than it's in there now.
That's fine.
Okay?
Okay, moving on. As I said, one filter is in place and operational, the other filter is in place, but there's one part missing, so we have to get electrician to get it wired. It takes 220, so it's not exactly just plugging it in, we gotta have wiring put in. Next Wednesday, there will be a bus somewhere on Center Lake property, I think probably in front of the district office. It will have the Moderna vaccine. If anyone here wants it, we'll send out an email this afternoon, and it was Moderna. You can either get your first shot or your second shot, and they will then be back on May the 19th for the second shot. So if you haven't had it, you want one, you can get it next Wednesday. You're inside Sun Lake. We will send that out today.
Are they appointments or is it just come in as you will?
Come in as you will, is what I understood.
What time do we start? Or what time they come in?
Vaccines are available from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay,
But we'll include that in the email.
okay.
We'll also do a Facebook post.
I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good.
Our main well, water well over across the way is now operational again. We had it, I guess you call it deepened. We went 20 feet further down and replaced all the impellers at the bottom of the well. It seems to be working properly now. We're having some issues with it. We have 3 wells. This is the largest and it's capable of providing everything the district needs without the other 2. But we do have backups to each one. And it makes us very nervous when the biggest one isn't working out. So everything was pulled out, it's put back down, everything's working. We ordered yesterday new valves for the water plant. They should be put, I don't know, it's going to be a while before they come in because we're talking 10-inch pipes here.
10-inch valves, yeah.
Yeah. They have to be exercised, exercise. They open and close them, make sure they open and close them at least a quarterly basis. And these, we didn't have preventive maintenance in place on those, so some of them are operational working. We need them in order to be able to segregate the water plant. If you have an issue on one side, we need to be able to cut it off and we can operate on one half of it. We're really looking at the whole water situation and trying to make sure that we eliminate all the boil water notices that we possibly can. However, if you have a major break in the water pipe somewhere, you're going to have a boil water notice. So we can't say you're never going to have one, but we should have fewer.
Right.
I think that's a fair statement. Ariel and Drew met with Corbett all day from Guardian. Basically, they are grant writers, so we are now in the process of trying to apply for every dollar we can find to do not only recreation funding, but also infrastructure. So hopefully you'll be seeing some more reports on a positive basis on that shortly.
On that issue, we pay them based on each individual thing, or do we, are they like salary?
They're paid on a per request basis. So if we've got something we want to look at, and they say, well, we'll do that for $3,500 or whatever. I haven't gotten the contract yet, but we should have it next week.
Okay, do they look on their own, or do we have to suggest it to them to go do the research?
Part of their, program of work is knowing, one of the reasons you pay them is you pay them for their expertise. They know what's available, they know how to get it. So, yeah, they kind of come to us. We had told them yesterday what we're looking at in the next short-term year or two. So he's supposed to come back with us saying, I think I can get you this, I think I can get you that, and this is what it will cost you.
Okay, do they actually file the paperwork, or do we have to do that?
They actually file the grant request.
Yeah.
Our engineers will have to do a lot of the background work, and that's okay. We already have most of that. For example, the SRF, State Revolving Fund, request that we filed with the county, we were told this week that, sorry, but you can't be part of our group, you have to file your own. So they will file that for us. But we had already done all the work on it anyway. So it's kind of pay them for their expertise, but it's in comparison to the amount of possible monies out there, it's relatively small cost. I mentioned earlier that Florida Rural Water, that's the hardest thing for me to say. Florida Rural Water, we're a member of that organization, and for a relatively minor fee, they will come look at everything you've got, tell you what you ought to do, what you shouldn't do, and what you can do. That is in process right now, not only on the water plant, but also the sewer plant. So we are expecting that back relatively quickly. They're going to look at the meter situation as well. We met with them last week, and they will give us recommendations on that.
They're the ones that give us the recommendation on our rates too, right?
Correct. They're doing
So
all that together.
we'll have that in the budget conversation.
Yes, sir. I say yes, sir. I hope so. People promise you stuff and it doesn't necessarily happen with them, but that's our intention, put it that way. I think that's it.
Thank you. Unfinished business,
I don't, we got any of that.
new business,
No.
committee reports, public comment.
Hello again, Javita resident. Just a gentle reminder about speaking into the mics. When I listen to the meetings, it's hard to hear.
Me.
You're talking to the mic. Ariel has a gorgeous voice, so Mark sounds nice and stuff. But you know what I'm saying. It's important to listen to them because sometimes people really can't be here and want to be here. So because you pay for that system, take advantage of it. Speak to the mic so we can hear when we get a recording. I listen to them, I really do, so thank you. The other thing was you all invited to the tea party. I'm the outreach member and coordinator, so and it's nonpartisan. And we meet every Tuesday, which is when I get back Tuesday meetings at 6 o'clock. There's a new president there, Barry Foster. So, hey, we want to do some activities to keep America patriotic. So you're very welcome to come there. It's no fee. There's refreshments and leadership there. And leadership is important, especially for this community. I've really grown to enjoy moving here and from Atlanta, Georgia. So keep it going.
Where's there?
I'm so sorry. On Grand Prix Road, 2 buildings behind Walmart. 6 o'clock, and it's every Tuesday, so even if you come once a month, your voice will be heard. We want to hear what you have to say. We want to hear your ideas. Mike, you're retired now, so I expect to see you. And come and share some good ideas about.
I'm not getting any politics.
We're not talking politics, we're talking leadership.
Okay.
There's the difference. We're not greasing palms there.
Oh,
Mike is still working by his choice.
right. Till December.
Bill Norcross, resident. I commend Dan for kicking over every stone he could possibly find to come up with any kind of grant money that the community deserves. I hope that program is really active. Thank you. I'd like to address this to Mike Lemire. The ordinary golfer out there who sees a lot of these iconic trees being cut down, maybe because they're diseased or they're just have to be removed. I understand that. There's several holes, the 4th, 2nd, 7th, and 16th on deer. The ordinary member out there really is concerned about the look of the golf course and the playability and how it's set up. In fact, getting into nuts and bolts here. But you play the 16th hole, if the iconic tree is removed, people don't know, realize there's water behind it. And then the view now of the Honick project out there, I hope they use a lot of landscaping out there because it doesn't look very nice right now. Anyhow, there's, on that 16th hole, they put 2 or 3 trees out there, which they could use maybe 3 or 4 more. Same thing, the 7th hole on deer, on the left-hand side, the new houses up there. I know there's a couple of trees out there, but the members are concerned about the replacement. Is it gonna be adequate enough? Is it gonna be 1 or 2, or is it gonna be 6 or 7? Right?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be brief. No, that's definitely a good concern, Mr. Norcross, and unfortunately, some of those trees, the ones that we took down on 2 and 4 and on 16 were all war oaks. And like every living thing, it has a life cycle. And unfortunately, for the safety of our members and guests, those trees need to come out. If heaven forbid a tree split and took somebody out, would be awful. There is a replacement program that we've actually done with the board of supervisors. So on 16, there's been a couple planned. I believe it is scheduled for a couple more to go in. So I think there's going to be 4 total on the backside there to help create that look. There is a replacement plan for probably 2 more live oaks that will last a little longer, number 2 deer, and there's going to be another replacement tree, at least 1 on the back left side of 4 deer, where we just removed that tree. On the left side of number 7, I believe we put 3 or 4 more live oak trees down there. There's 2 more behind the green there. So yes, there is a program to replace those trees, and I know there's always concern when trees are cut down, but unfortunately, for safety issues, it just needs to happen over time. So hope that answers your question.
Well, I'm just issuing the question, repeating the question from members who don't come to meetings. And they want to know what's happening. Is it we're going to become a barren golf course without trees? One other thing, on the 7th hole, the Can-Am tournament that was held, I think Larry Hudson replaced 27 trees on the right-hand side for shot rate, $4,000 or $5,000, 27 trees. If there's a program that we're running short of tree money, is there any way that we can volunteer? I mean, I would contribute $100 right now. I've mentioned this before. For a fund for replacing trees. So, I mean, it's an idea that I'd like to be, it could be given to the membership if they want to contribute. Sign up, you get the $100, you get a tree. I think it would be very appropriate. If you don't want to do it, fine. Do you think that's a good idea?
No, I think if we need money, we'll just raise your rate.
I'm sorry, Glenn?
I said, I think if we need the money, we'll raise your rate for the year. Oh, you don't like that?
Well, no, because that's a permanent thing. Now, this is a
I gotta
voluntary.
tell you, no, seriously, replacing the trees is a permanent thing as well. We got trees that are, how many years old, it's old.
Right, when they get 70, 80 years old.
Well, so this is gonna be an ongoing process. Every year he's gonna have to take some down, and every year we're gonna have to plant some. I mean, it's a fact of life.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to establish a voluntary tree fund, some people pass away, they could, contribute a lot of money.
You're not going with the raising rates.
No, never have. Thank you anyhow, thank you for the consideration, appreciate it.
And Bill, you can probably start your own tree hugger organization.
Well, actually, if you go to Massachusetts, I tell you, it's the Norcross Wildlife Sanctuary up there. It's a small thing, it's only about 6,000 acres. Michael knows that it's in, Munson, Massachusetts?
Camden.
And it's a very large concern. They have 3 museums up there, walking trails. So I guess I'm probably part of the DNA on that.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Not working.
Discussion to and from the board.
I would just like to reiterate my appreciation for all of the items that are being uncovered and deferred maintenance is really addressing and getting things on board. I really appreciate what James is doing, the staff, and what the staff is doing. And we're finding out the things that really need to be taken care of, and I'm feeling much more confident.
Anything else? Anybody else? I'd just like to just mention that in front of the lake here, I asked Mike a couple of years ago to try to clear the front of the lake.
Oh,
And he did, and it was the biggest mess I ever saw in my life.
right.
But it's nice to look out over there by the island and see it all molded in front of our place. I'm not saying mess it up, but it's too bad we can't go out there with weed whackers or something and without just messing it up. But if you want it to look nice out here for weddings, I can't go with that as long as we want it to look nice and it looks like this.
We can go with probably weed whackers. We can't use the equipment because it's too wet. Mr. Brooks was gonna hang me after we finished the last one, so I don't want that.
Yeah, it was, I don't know who did the mowing there, but my God.
Well, it was so wet. Once they get stuck, you start turning, you
It
were
would take
done.
1 second.
Yeah.
To stop that track.
So, well, anyways, if you want to scout there, we'll get out there again, but we'll do it a little different this time.
And I'm not saying if you can't do it, you can't do it, but it just looks terrible the way it is right now.
Yeah.
I don't wanna see those tracks again.
No,
Yes,
I don't either.
yeah, yes, Ray.
I don't either. Nobody does, but just not every, anything else from anybody? Okay, going into the workshop for the 5-year cap.
You're here.
I don't even know what time it is.
It's 11.
But, yeah, we gotta go right into it, because we're taking a break at 11:30.
Yeah, we're gonna take a lunch break at 11:30.
Yeah. Or before, I mean, if we get done, we don't have to spend a half hour doing that.
11:30. You gotta pick a time certain.
Yeah, 11:30.
We're good now. Nice to see you. Good to see you.
What's the team?
I think so.
David, the tea party's political.
We ready? You wanna go?
Yeah. We're ready.
Just go ahead. So this is the second 5-year capital discussion. All the numbers have been updated for the golf fund capital. We made all the revisions that were discussed at the last meeting. This meeting, we went ahead and go ahead and discuss the general fund and utility fund changes. So just starting with 21, 22, the general fund is requesting $235,000 in capital. And then the utility funds actually requesting $370,000 for a total capital spending in next year's budget of $2.7 million. Once again, our average allowance for capital is about $1.5 million, so that would put us at a deficit of $1.2 million, bringing our reserves from the projected $9 million earmark that we have now down to about 7.7. And then next year we have some major items at the bottom. We have the recreation playground that's proposed at $350,000, and we also have the new water meter system that we discussed today for a total, another total of $1.2 million. So total deficit for next year's projected budget is going to be about $2.8 million. The way it sits right now. Once again, we expect things to change. We expect RFP prices to come back, performance to be that. So this is worst case scenario with all the given factors that we can account for at this moment.
And our discussion with Guardian, more time remembering that, Guardian, he thinks it's possible that we could finance the meters over 10 years at zero interest or very low interest. So we might not have to actually dump 1.2 into it by the time we get there. He's going to check into that and let us know. There also may be some grant funding since we have the issue. So I don't know right now how bad that'll look. In addition, he felt that we could probably get a minimum of half of the playground funded, and maybe as much as all of it. He referred a couple of times to stacking grants that you could get, not only the one that we have here, our local RPAT, but also there are several others, community development block grants. And I mean, he was throwing acronyms around that I never heard of. So should be pretty interesting to see what actually comes out of it. But you need to know this is a worst case scenario. We did everything and funded it ourselves. That's where we.
When do you think you'll have those answers?
So you send us an email back next week, but then you gotta go and apply and you gotta do all that sort of stuff. So I would say we have to do it this way and then it gets better as we.
I agree, you're doing it the right way, it's just one of the way.
He said he referred a couple of times to 3 to 4 to 6 months. So, should be before we actually have to start spending money.
Okay.
Would it not be beneficial to us to decide on a minimum amount of reserves that we want to have? I know what you're telling me legally, it's got to be $3.5 million.
I don't think we have to set a dollar amount minimum. Once again, you see the ending reserves here, we're about $6 million for the entire 5 years doing every single item on this project list. So if everyone's comfortable, then it's fine. If someone's not comfortable with that number, it's being at $6 million, and
I mean, I'm comfortable with
we need to approve something.
It would be nice to say, okay, we're going to go to six, at the time being, the next 5 years, we're not going to go below $6 million in reserves.
Right, that could be once again, we can go by that guidance, and if this board is still the same intact during next year discussions, then we won't have an issue. But if there's a new board member and they feel $5 million is sufficient, then there's a conversation that we can have during the next budget cycle. So,
Can't run a board based on people being requests.
No, that's what I'm saying is, once again, we can set a policy now, if everyone's content with $6 million and no one had an issue with the projects that are earmarked and the effects of the reserves, because there's really minimal effects going on after this first year. We have a positive 242, a negative 376, positive 260. So we're right around break even for the next 4 years, doing every single project that was in the 5-year recreation master plan. That's accounting for the new wastewater treatment plan funding, which may not even start in 5 years, but we have it out there just as a worst case scenario. If we can do the water meter system, like these numbers, once again, are going to change dramatically, give or take grant funding and SRF funding as those things come to fruition.
You're also assuming that the operating expenses are going to be what you're saying they are, and I got to tell you, I believe that's not true. They're going to be much higher.
Well, the revenue should also go higher. Once again, we're going to
that you'd have to tell me, but I can tell you based on conversations I've had with people, there's a lot of things that need to be put in from an expense standpoint that has not in the past.
So I've been told. I think you have to look at this as a living document. This is if we don't increase water, sewer, or assessment, so your revenue from that stays the same. It all depends on what the course does and the restaurant does, but also you need to keep in mind that the discussion we had earlier about the recreation master plan said we're going to move the promenade back to later years, and what we moved up into it is a couple $100,000. So you're actually going to recapture $300,000 or $400,000 in expenditures there, as well as any grant. So I mean, this is kind of a nuclear meltdown. If it doesn't ever get any worse than this.
So let's just go through it.
Right. Also, to your point, once again, I don't disagree that the operating expense is gonna go up, but 1.5 is an average. Last year, we had $1.8 million available for capital. That's $300,000. I don't see us increasing expenses by $300,000. So this is a conservative forecast going forward. I don't see us not getting 1.5 million available for capital within our budget. So I'm not gonna give you the best case scenario, I'm not coming back with worse. So I think it's just gonna be best if we go down the line. I wanna go and discuss the items that make up these totals, the 235, the 130 for the general fund. So if we go to page 2, we'll see the document as it stood before. All the items in red are, once again, based on conversations from last discussion. They're under 25,000. We're gonna accommodate them as we need within the operating budgets, and we're gonna make the accommodation. So I'll just go down the list by department on what those numbers are and what they include. So for admin, there's 40,000 in next year, 40,000 in 23-24. In next year's budget, we're planning on trying to replace or implement a new assessment software system. So our current software system is an Access database. It's been in place probably since the district conception. We only have one software vendor right now that kind of manages and understands how the database functions. It currently interacts with the county for imports and portal. That's how we get all of our information and data as new owners come in, people sell. So it's once again our most critical operation after utilities assessment. So what we would like to do is go out and find a software that has customer support, that has features, and once again, it's just more redundant in terms of feasibility and safety concerns. We're going to transition to another platform, and we're estimating that to be about $40,000. And then in 23-24, we have $40,000 to upgrade our Encode software system, which is our current database that does all our utility billing, financial accounting, payroll, AP processing, and those that is under Encode, which is a software. Typically, they come out in versions, and every so often our version will go obsolete. It will no longer support that version. We got to bite the bullet and upgrade to a version that's still being supported by that company. So we expect that to happen about in 23 years. About 3 years, we'll be having to make that transition. The next department is recreation. The pool resurfacing we touched on, we were budgeting, expecting to do next year's budget. Once again, we're going to have to bite that bullet now. We're going down that process to do that. So that will be coming out for the next budget discussion and be in this budget. And the other item is the tennis and pickleball resurfacing. And we have that estimated at $40,000 as well. We have a quote for about $36,000. And that's a recurring item. So you'll see that coming back into fruition every 5 years. So it's out there at the end as well, just to keep up with that maintenance and resurface the tennis courts and pickleball.
So we're going to move the 40,000 into this year?
Yes. So the next
to take it out of this.
Correct. The next 5-year capital will be updated with that change.
And then I did ask about what we talked the other day about what improvements we would need to make.
Oh, the
community center.
Community center floors, where
So we have that estimated at
50 we thought.
Yeah.
Wow, it's gonna be a big one.
So I think we were waiting to discuss whether, we really didn't have, we're making a guesstimate on what that number would be. I think we need to go out and get quotes to see, maybe it's only 20,000. I have no idea what that number's gonna be. But until we have a good hard number and we have a focus on what we're gonna do with that community center, we decided not to put it in at this moment, just because there's so many unknowns. So
Surely we should put something.
If it's
I
only,
mean,
if
to
it's
Dan's
not,
point, all the high things, we should cover everything.
Yeah.
It comes in lower, but what are the plans in the community center in the next 5 years? It's gotta be something.
right, so once again, we had plans to paint it. Painting is not gonna cost $25,000, we can do that in-house. Flooring, in my guesstimation, I don't think it's gonna be over $25,000, so it's not in this plan. Could it be 25,000? Potentially, depends what floor you're big and how you wanna go,
So why not put it in the plan?
because no one knows what that number is right now. So that's why I said, let's leave it out until we've got a hard number to put in.
So, I mean, the idea of a 5-year plan is to give your best guess, so give a guess.
We also decided that if it's under 25,000, we're gonna try and fit it in operating. So if we can fit it in operating budget and account for it correctly, we're gonna go down that
She
road.
doesn't have a budget that you can fit $23,000 into.
But if we can find flooring that's 15,000, we can. And that's what I said, we haven't gone down that road. It's a great idea, we do need flooring, but we haven't done the front load work to go and get a quote and see what that's gonna cost. No one knows that number. So I'm not gonna just stick something out there that's a wish list item when we don't know a good hard number.
That's simple enough to get.
We'll get somebody out there to take a look at it and give us a general idea if we were to put like a commercial laminate in
We're gonna do flooring, what else would you do? That's it?
for the community center.
Yeah.
The only other thing, and I think we included it, it was well under 25,000, was the addition of, not addition, I'm sorry, the replacement of the chairs and tables that are there.
Yeah.
The biggest contingency there is going to be on, so long as the board continues to feel that we need to rent that building out, then it affects the number of chairs and tables that we have to purchase for the building.
These are all expenses.
So once again, internal discussions, and I don't know if they were presented during your one-on-one meetings or not, but the internal conversations are, during the operating budget, we're gonna provide the board an analysis on whether we should continue to do community center rentals or not. If you continue to do it, then we need to budget capital expenditures for table replacements. If we choose not to, then the number is nominal. We're just gonna replace what we need just to keep that as a public building, be used, and replace 50 chairs and be done with it. So once again, we're gonna
Don't we wanna make that a nice place?
It'll still be replacing chairs. It's still gonna be a nice place. It doesn't negate the fact that we're not gonna make it nice.
What are we gonna do with the exercise room? Surely we're gonna do something next 5 years.
Right, so one of the things that was discussed, if we were to go the route of foregoing the fitness center, one option for that space would be that we could remove the library from the community center where it currently is. If we relocate that to that facility, where the gym presently is, there already is the software to have the key card access like we have, so folks could get a library card. And we would still have the security of knowing who was in the building and when. It would also allow us to make additional space in the community center for meetings, which is what it's used for the most. So that would be a good opportunity for that building and a good use of space for the fitness center right now. We do have book clubs that meet in there, so it would give us the opportunity to have the library space in addition to like a small seating area type thing and make that a nice spot. Just an option.
And if we don't close it,
Then it remains a fitness center.
Huh?
I said then it remains a fitness center.
I know, but do we need to buy more equipment or do anything?
We replaced the equipment 2 years ago now, I guess. So as far as equipment goes, we are maxed out in space. We simply could not fit anything else there if we wanted. We've recently replaced a treadmill. So the only thing, with the exception of course, some sort of unforeseen expense, there would be the replacement of maybe one more treadmill, which is about $5,000. So again, a pretty nominal fee, nothing life-changing.
So the next item is the security equipment vehicle. So that was projected out to be in 22-23. They're requesting that to be moved up to 21-22 and then replaced every 2 years going forward. And then lastly is the roads and drainage equipment. They have $85,000 earmarked for 21-22. That is comprised of 2 pieces of equipment. One is a Ventrac edging machine, and the other is a 360 mowing machine that compromises that $85,000.
How many security trucks we got?
1. It goes 24 hours a day.
You have 1 security truck and 1 code enforcement truck. That's it.
So we have 2 trucks.
So the question is, if we're replacing it every 2 years, is it $30,000 cost every 2 years? If so, would it make more sense to lease?
After 2 years, it has 80,000.
After 1 year.
80,000.
Yeah.
So after 2 years, you're talking 150, and the value is probably what, a couple thousand.
Yeah, well, we traded it last year, and I think the last one we traded in, it was only 2 years old, and they only gave us $6,200 for it. So,
The question in my mind is it worn out after 150,000 miles like that, or are we better off to wait 3 years? I don't know the answer to that.
yeah, I don't think we should go 3 years. I mean, 2 years, I mean, we've got over 200, we got 200,000 miles on it, and it's, and it's going 24 hours a day.
It's 30,000 gross, but we traded it for about 6.
Yeah, and actually 30,000 is a little high. The last one we bought, Omar, we bought it up from the Ford company because we stayed off of, and I think the last one we only paid like 24 for it. So, because we went up to the Ford place in Avon Park, and it was cheaper than going off the state bid to buy there than it was. So that's why we did it.
It's amazing how many miles you put on that thing all the time. Even though they go very fast.
What equipment are you buying now, Michael?
It's a Ventrac. It's basically a 4-wheel drive. It will edge all the streets. Is what it's to do. And the reason we need it is Drew is not here, but he said that the streets back in unit 16 or 10 and 11 need to be edged because there's not enough traffic on them. And the grass is growing the roots are growing into the pavement. So we need to cut it and then round it. We would never round it. We would have to do something.
Right. And it's never been done. It hasn't been maintained. We don't have the staff to go out there and maintain it. Right now, just for us to do Sun Lake Boulevard, it's about 3 days and 4 people to go just to edge just that. That's cut it, remove it, blow it, and all that. This machine, it's a 1 person. He just drives it, it blows it, and does all the cutting. We can also use it on a golf course too. So on sidewalks, when we get the sidewalks all straightened out. But we need it for out back, and I'll take any of this for a ride if you want to go. You'll see all the grass growing in. I mean, the road should be 18 feet wide. It's about 14 because everything's grown in already. So.
Not only that, but you got leaves and
right.
pine needles.
Yeah.
This thing not only cuts, it also has a blower right behind it, so
Yeah.
it just blow it right off the thing.
Yeah.
Then you can tell what you got in.
Right. And most of our equipment is maintained pretty good there when we own it. And usually, 15, 20 years, we'll still have it. Because, it's undercover. I mean, I won't be here 15, 20 years, and I don't know who else will, but I would make book on it that it'll be here in 15 years.
So just a few questions.
Yeah.
The wheel loader.
Yeah.
You moved up 2 years.
Well, the wheel loader is the shop area. Girls, guys, they would use it quite a bit too. But when they're loading their gators, when they have to take loom out or sand, whatever, they're doing it by hand.
15,000. What does it do?
What?
It's 115,000. What does it do?
I think Omar, did we put a picture in there? I don't know, so you can, it's easier to.
So we're on page 11. 11 gives you the detail for all the
Right.
equipment.
Page 11? Oh, okay. What it does, it's a wheel loader. It's like a front end loader.
does it do for 15,000?
We'll use it there, they'll be able to use it on the golf course.
That's what I'm.
It's a front end loader. You know what a front end loader is?
Obviously not.
Yes, it has a big bucket.
It's got a big bucket, picks the stuff up.
It's a big piece of equipment. I'm not saying we should do it, but I'm just
Yeah, I
saying-
mean, listen, that's
We actually have one.
What is it picking up?
sand, load trucks, loom the load trucks, trash the load trucks.
For
Everything. You buy your car?
It's-
Car's expensive.
we have-
Loaders are
Don't
expensive.
buy $115,000.
Don't we have one already, Mike?
Yes.
What's the difference between a wheel loader and a bobcat?
It's bigger,
Bobcats are very small. This is
Yeah.
a huge piece of equipment.
Yeah.
The tires are probably 5 feet tall.
right?
Is it gonna fit in there? I mean, that place getting
Yeah.
full.
Yeah.
It'll fit.
Yeah, the
I mean,
Bobcats,
personally, I don't understand why we're buying.
What's
How
that?
much use do we
Huh?
have?
The wheel loader?
I'm sorry, what?
How much use do we have in that big?
The golf course will use it as much as we will. I mean, we'll use it for water breaks and things like that also. But it's really gonna help out the golf course instead of guys shoveling to fill the back of a truck up. If if our old backhoe is not in there,
What are they shoveling?
sand for your bunkers.
We,
Oh, come over and I'll give you, before you okay it, I'll give you, come over and I'll show you what we use it for.
this is a year and a half out.
Yeah, it's a year and a half up.
Well, I'm just saying, I probably won't like it in a year and a half. either.
Okay,
It may not be
I
on
mean,
there.
I'm just trying to understand
It
these.
may not be on there in a year and a half.
All right, let's
We've
try
already had
let's
the
try
discussion.
another one.
We've already had the
I've
discussion.
been beat up by Dan already on it.
In the 100-seat tractor,
You know what?
the case 100-seat tractor,
That's for mowing,
that's what?
mowing.
You just bought one in January for 35,000, now you wanna buy.
Yeah, but see, what we do is we take our old one and trade them in. You don't
So you bought one for 35, you're gonna trade the new one in and spend 52?
want the old one. One of the old one, we have two.
Why is it so expensive? I mean, again, I know it's a year and a half down the road, but we only paid 35 for the one in January.
These are big pieces of equipment. I can't tell you right now what we ought to be doing. I can't tell you that we're looking, I've asked for an inventory of all the equipment we have and of the hours that are being put on it as well.
I think
as
we
the
gave them that.
Maintenance equipment. No, I haven't seen it.
No, I thought we did.
But prior to looking at the budget, next year, we're gonna have that. You'll know what it's replacing and how many hours run, what the maintenance expenses be.
All right, I don't have to bring up the other numbers, that's fine.
Okay.
I do wanna know why you wanna buy a dump truck for 75,000. And if it was important, why you're waiting to 2025 to buy it?
Because we have two dump trucks right now. We have a old one and I'm not sure of the year, but we would trade that old one in, and just,
And we need two dump trucks
oh, absolutely.
because of all the sand.
No, because of the trash. We use those dump trucks probably every day. Either the golf course uses them, water department uses them.
You're
What?
retiring in December?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we do use the, right,
Well,
you need
I'm not-
equipment.
It's fine, it's down the
I
road.
know, I understand, but you need equipment to run this place. This is a big place,
I understand. that.
okay? You want to do stuff to the course, you want to do this stuff to the roads, you want to do this, you have to have equipment.
But not
Unless,
every individual product needs its own piece of equipment.
they don't.
And-
The golf course uses the equipment,
Okay.
all right? I mean, like yesterday, they went out, they cut trees, they used the dump trucks.
How dare they use district equipment? Oh, my God.
We try to work together with them. Right?
We're cutting down, but we got like 15 minutes to go. Are we on schedule?
We are gonna start having a business case prior to requesting stuff.
I can wait till we get to that year to talk about it.
We'll get there.
Right.
moving right along.
Next year's budget, we are transferring over this smoke test, or it really should be called the infiltration study. It's been notated in different ways in different places. That's proposed at $250,000. It was $125,000 this year. We're planning on doing the smoke test next year. It's being changed back to camera system infiltration for $200,000. We removed those station repairs. Those are being corrected and admitted now within the operating budget, so that's coming out of capital. We did remove the asbestos lines and the force main redirect. And then utilities was requesting a utility truck, an 800-gallon back truck, and continuation of the generator replacement plan.
The asbestos line is because we think we can get a grant. We can't have to invest in that in
Which, the city of Avon Park, there was an article in the paper, received about $690,000 for the same exact project. It was asbestos line replacement. That grant was for a total of $425 million, only 150. So there's still about $300 million available for funding. So our goal is to get our requisition in so we can get that funding and take care of that project with that. Is there any other questions in regards to, we did add an automatic flushers, but that's 2 years out. That's $95,000. That'll help keep the water lines, the contaminants and no stagnant water lines at dead zones, like at the end of Turner Furniture and in the back where there's not usage, there's no water flow. These flushers will open up and empty out any stagnant water, so it's not contaminating our system.
I do have one question. I gotta ask this, I'm sorry. Utility trucks.
Yeah.
Why is it 30, 35, and then 115? I have to ask that.
215.
You got 30,000, which I assume is one truck next year, 35,000 in 24, and then you go to 115,000, which I think is 3 trucks.
Where is he?
115 is a blue.
Where is it? Oh, Jesus. Yeah,
Isn't that the boom?
yeah, that's the boom truck, which the boom truck, what that is, when we go to lift stations, we can use it. Like, for instance, we didn't have the boom truck when the kid got stuck in the grinder, right? We used the boom truck. We took the grinder apart and pulled
Also,
it.
it's not for an F-250 like it's.
No.
That's a big
It's,
frame on the back of it.
if you would like, Ray, I would take you for a ride and show you every equipment, explain what everything is used for.
We actually have one.
Interest.
I trust him. I trust the equipment that you buy. I just want to make sure that we're not throwing away money, which perhaps we have done in the past.
Well,
I wouldn't necessarily say that we'll do a boom truck in 5 years.
That's right. You're retired in December, so I'm good.
And I'm going next.
I promise you one thing. I won't be up there with you.
So just during the master plan, recreation master plan, I didn't hear any items. There was some discussion on moving things out, but for the time being, there may be some numbers that change, but every project is in the plan. So there'll be no removal of anything from that. The only other major capital item that we haven't discussed is the $500,000 office renovation. It's in year 4. Is there a consensus to keep that in or remove that at this point?
I vote to take it out.
I don't see us spending $500,000 to do. You can leave it.
In the recreation as was recommended.
So the changes that were recommended, that we mentioned earlier was playground 21, yeah, okay, bocce 22, pool pool and water feature 23, promenade 24, parking 25, and multi-purpose field 26.
So we're good with that? We're good. I do have, oh, you know, Mike, I've got a concern or question on looking at the sheet. The short-term tractor service. We could maybe pull that off with Earl not being here.
Your question, but I would assume for,
I'm sorry?
that's a Mike Lemire question.
Yeah.
But I would assume that's still the case.
I'll hold it.
Yeah.
I'll hold it.
Yeah.
Well, we got to remind me this.
So we'll make those revisions as noted today. The next meeting, we will be having the first golf fund operating budget discussion. So we'll obviously have some capital for that first year, but it's going to be an operating budget discussion for golf fund the next meeting. Any other questions on capital? I don't have anything else. I think that's it.
Okay. I think for now, we're going to, it's okay, everybody adjourn for now.
Chrissy, do me a favor, turn the mics off.
Recording. It is.
I just gotta run back there.
Huh? Yeah, I already have it streaming. Yeah, Eric's still.
I know he's gonna speak, right?
Some of these.
Should we?
Actually, the same numbers you gave us.
You want to pick it up?
Yes.
Right, so that's what they're gonna check on.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Gilpin, hey, sir.
Right.
More way, I'm not gonna recognize this. Yeah, I'll never miss this. It's been a long time. I'm Mike Stevens.
Miss Phillips.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Been retired.
I know. I heard he may come back. Have a year.
It's a special meeting for Indigo. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right, so we're all squared away here, we're on the pre-bill, good. Well, let me start out by saying thank you to the board for carving out some time today for this meeting. I know back in January, we talked about having these quarterly meetings during that RFP process. We all thought it was a great idea to share ideas, at least on a quarterly basis, and get some feedback from you and et cetera during that meeting. So today we do have a short presentation, if you will, where we're going to talk about a number of things, and I'll get to that in a second. But I'll just encourage you that if you have questions, please ask. This is interactive today, as opposed to kind of our normal presentations where we do Q&A after. So I would just ask if you go ahead and ask them now during the presentation. First thing I wanted to do today was a little shout out to Mr. Stiegel, who has been awesome in the role that he's been in. It's good to see him back involved in the community again. By all reports, the things that we've been able to get done through his help have been awesome. So I just want to let that be known publicly that he's been a real positive influence on overall operations, et cetera, and relationship with the board. So start off by saying that. So let me switch to the agenda here. Click. There we go. Let me introduce, first of all,
Senior VP of Operations, Indigo Golf. We have, of course, Brian Rose, who is our Regional Director of Operations, who everyone knows. We have David Evangelista, who is our Regional Director of Sales and Marketing. On the audience, we have Tom Vanwart, who is our VP of Food and Beverage, and also doing some regional operations work for us. We have Mike Stevens, who's our Regional Director of Agronomy. And we have Michael Meter, who's our GM of the club, which everyone knows, and a guest this morning, Daryl Wild, who is VP of Operations for Tree. So we have a Tree representative here as well. And last but not least, of course, Roman Mill, who is out there, or McMahon, I should say, who is out there as our superintendent, and doing a fine job, as always, on the golf course. And of course, you all know now that they're leaving us. So, our agenda today is going to be really mainly in 3 parts. We're going to talk financial, mainly the first half of the year, financially, see where we are. But high level view, we know that you've had some time to look through the notes and financials that we presented. So we're going to just go over those real quickly to make sure that from a high level view that we spent a little bit of time there. And then also too, the results financially since we had changed basically our game plan from operations standpoint, from a budget standpoint, back in late January. So we just want to see how's that working from a financial standpoint. So we carved out those 2 months so you have another look back. So Brian will spend a little bit of time on that, and then we'll talk about everybody's favorite topic, food and beverage. Tom and Mike will go over operational changes that we've had, things that we're planning to do in the next several months, such as hours of operations changes, potentially menu changes, labor structure changes, that kind of thing. Food and beverage, I think, is doing better than it was, which is good. And the club on the whole is doing financially better than what it was, which is also good. So I think that's what we'll handle there. And then on marketing, David will give us a little bit of a feel on how our marketing programs are going, results of each of the programs, major programs that we've implemented here at the property. And then a little bit of an insight into how the market views us as a property, as a restaurant, et cetera. The outside market and the inside market. So I think there'll be some really interesting things in David's presentation. We'll also touch a little bit on some interest that has been expressed on part of student members here at the club with regard to playing some of the other golf courses in our network and the Troon Indigo network and how that's all going to work out. It's the Troon Rewards program, the Troon card. So we'll spend a little bit of time on that as well. We have Q&A at the end, but to be honest, as I said earlier, please interactive, ask Q&A during. We're not going to spend a lot of time on the golf course. We're going to have that in this presentation. There are issues on the golf course, which we're talking about. Obviously, perhaps that would be the best time to do it when we get to towards the end of the presentation. As we said, as I recall this slide from back in the days of the January when we did our RFP. Our goal here has been, and is now, and has been, to operate as a solvent business without sacrificing member experience. So that's what this meeting is about. It's about us making sure that we're, in your minds, targeting to achieve that goal, and that we have not sacrificed member experience in any way, shape, or fashion that would, in your mind, ultimately negatively impact someone from wanting to be a member. So with that in mind, I will switch it over to Brian. We'll talk some high-level numbers and go from there. And once again, encourage you to ask any questions if you have any.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to kind of shed some light on our financials. I'll spend most of my time in the first 6 months. When I say the word budget, I'm meaning the amended budget that we did back in January for the RFP. So we did that. I know that the financials that we print out have the original budget that we showed in the past. So when I use the word budget today, it's going to be the amended budget. I'll start off quickly, just highlight some of the revenues and rounds. We hosted 47,553 rounds for the first half of the year. That's 428 higher than budget. So the budget was pretty much right on. The breakdown is 27,688 member rounds, 983 outing rounds, 18,882 public rounds. Member rounds continue to trend well above our budgeted numbers. And that's, obviously the members are taking advantage of using the golf course. We want them to do that. So I'll start member fees. The dues were $312,713 in the first 6 months. It's about just under $15,000 less than what we had budgeted. And about $58,000 less than prior year over the same 6 months. That's obviously because of the COVID impacts, snowbirds, our Canadian friends didn't come down. I know that Mike and I have discussed moving into our budget meeting next meeting that we have. We'll talk about the membership and how we're actually expecting a big increase in the number of members. So we'll go back there. Green fees were $659,000. The amended budget by $12,000, almost $13,000 in the first half of the year. With the members playing more, there was less tee times available. So we actually did a great job of utilization, playing to hit the budgeted numbers. And we've been able to keep the rate fairly high. APR wise is higher than our budget by about $1. Cart fees surpassed the budget by $11,578. So, obviously cart fees for us in this scenario are part of membership fees. So membership fees aren't as far off as what we originally, what I said in the membership program. So it's kind of out of time together there. They are still slightly down if we blend them together, about $4,000 for the first 6 months. Driving range exceeded the budget by about $3,000. The nice part about the driving range, it's about $9,400 above last year. So people are utilizing the fees. They're going out, hitting balls, and the staff is doing a nice job of upselling to the public before they go play.
Curious if you have any experience, we're switching to the low flight balls. Do you use them anywhere else, and does that impact your driving range revenue?
We use them at a lot of places. In fact, we use floaters at a lot of places. And our best range in my district does almost $250,000 a year, and they use floaters. So it really has no impact. I mean, there'll be a few guys out there. When I say limited flight balls, I believe they go 10 to 15% less. So if you're out hitting balls and you're trying to figure out how far it is, you just kind of use that calculation. And the staff, the golf shop staff should be able to communicate that fairly quickly. We'll probably get a blurb when we do make the switch over. Now, I know the AJGA tournament was blasting over the fence, so they'll probably still get it over the fence, even with those balls, but that's few and far between. Pro Shop has had a good year. You'll notice that their first 6 months, they're about $3,200 under. Part of that is the fact that our shipping is taking so much longer. Demo day sales were well up, but we haven't been able to recognize the revenue. So we're about $15,000 up in April for Pro Shop sales, just from March's demo days being delayed. So it kind of shows a little bit different, but it's a good picture.
And the cost of goods is 67.77%. Considering that we do a lot of hard goods here, it's a great number. It's about 1.68% lower than what we had budgeted. Other pro shop was right on. So our close off revenues were just over $1.4 million, exceeded revenues by about $10,000. If you go to gross income, once we subtract cost of goods there, we actually gained ground on budget. So we went to about $15,000 above. The labor, we were over increase was in labor burden. It was in payroll taxes, actually. So we do have our accounting team looking into why we're paying more payroll taxes right now. We did increase direct labor by about $3,300. The labor percentage, so that's the labor divided by the total revenue. We operated the golf division at 33.71%. The budget was 33.3%. Now, payroll accruals might have had a slight impact because, we didn't end the year hard. So we do have accruals moving in from March into April. Go ahead.
On this labor deal, I forget where we were. We are still, this is not an accurate picture of the labor cost. Is that correct? Somebody? We charge a bunch of temp labor to another account.
Temp labor was about $27,000 this year.
Is there a way to get the labor into the labor?
Yes, for us, it's very easy. I believe it was, you wanted it in the expense line, right?
That's where it needs to be. I'd like to see an accurate labor picture. So is that okay?
Yeah, and I'm gonna ask a little more line items on labor in certain departments. Because we just can't, we don't know where we're spending our money, we get a good cost. You can't get it down. And that's just all I'm gonna ask for. It's not a big problem, but just be prepared to.
We have those numbers every month. I can provide them to Dan. We certainly don't like putting them out in a public meeting, so that makes them public.
Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna ask for them in public, but it just, we just need to know where stuff's costing us. And it's not just labor, it's, so just expect that, so, okay?
Obviously I did provide kind of a side-by-side in the format that you use. It did have some line items, but it was more of a high level, but we certainly do have a PL detail that breaks down everything.
So when can we start reporting the labor as in 2 years?
I'm going to defer to Omar because he's the one who has the expense, right? We can put it under a labor line of
It's under
a temporary.
It's under an expense line.
Last year, we started this program. It was intended not to be long lasting. We're supposed to work away from that. So for fiscal reporting, we wanted it to be comparable year over year and not make any changes to that. It looks like we haven't been able to get away from that as quick as we can. So we'll look at seeing if we can, I wouldn't say put it in labor, but we'll try and put it in the percentage somehow. So you see the total labor percentage as including outside labor. That's what it is. You're paying a temp agency. They include work comp. They include payroll tax. So once again, when you have your auditors looking at why this payroll tax is off, dump in 20 grand from an outside agency, it's just gonna make that number look even more drastic.
So what does that mean? Am I gonna see it or not?
Technically, you should not see it inside labor because it's not labor. It's not going through their payroll system. It's not staff. They're hiring and keeping on staff through payroll. They're using outside agencies, which is a normal practice. We do it at the district as well. But we defer that to another agency who handles the HR, the liability, the workers' comp, the payroll tax. We defer all that to an outside consultant. Sometimes that makes more sense, but you don't put it inside of the labor number. The way to get around this, I think, is I can send over a report and combine them together and send it to you. We just need to modify a separate report for board purposes to give you that
That's not an accurate report, what we're getting now.
It is inaccurate.
It says total, it says golf course. I'm not good.
It's payroll labor, it's not total labor, you're looking at payroll labor through Indigo Golf.
I might not know what the labor is, that's all, and you can't give me one number.
I will tell you, and I'm going off memory here, so forgive me if I'm incorrect, but I believe last year for the first 6 months, we were $128,000 or 152, one of the two numbers in temporary labor, and we're down to like 29,000 this year. So it is going away. It's something that we do not want to move forward with, but it's kind of it's a tight labor market, and we're.
It was explained to us that it's a fact of life, which we said, okay, we can live with it, but I like it reported accordingly.
So I think the issue, Mr. Brooks, is that you want to see the labor, we can do that. It's not going to show up on the financials because that's just not how the district shows it. Or for that matter, anybody shows it. But we can give you a separate report so that you can see total labor, which is what you want to see, and it'll just be a separate report that will be for you.
I mean, I see it, but I have to manually put it together.
Yeah, but I'm saying we can combine it for, for purposes, so you would know, so that you would know. Your argument.
That's fine, don't worry,
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, the issue here is it's just how it's treated from an accounting perspective, which unfortunately we're required to do it according to generally accepted accounting principles. So
That's fine. That's fine. Can't do it.
we'll take care of that.
I'm curious if you have a sense of how the new minimum wage on Florida is going to impact labor as a percentage going forward. You're looking at a higher percentage of labor.
The quick answer is yes, we will be looking at a higher percentage of labor. I mean, obviously, we're going to try to offset it with some of the price increases. We do pay our employees more. It's going up $1 in September. The tipped labor, I believe, is at $7, and we're above that right now. So we will have, it won't be a smooth like 10% across the board increase. It'll be, I think we're budgeting 3 and 5% increases right now. The real question is going to be people that make above minimum wage. If we're going to be in a competitive market where we have to pay more there, and we don't have a true insight on that yet. That's also granted on the fact that, they've extended the unemployment benefits on both sides until September. Once those go away, there may be more people in the labor market looking to work.
So in regards to what Neil's saying, if you if you give a wage increase of 5%, are you going to tell us this is going to happen? Or?
It would be budgeted, obviously,
Are you going to put it in next year's budget?
Yeah, we're going to have it in next year's budget as part of the assumptions of moving forward on.
So you'll have that in time for the next. Okay.
Correct. The golf operations direct labor was about $1,800 over the golf department for the first 6 months. A couple things impacted that. We had a few people out on COVID that we ended up, they were on vacation, and sick pay, and we covered it with hourly employees. We also had additional employees because of single-use cards. That was a minor impact, but there was a small impact there where we kept more cart people on board. Expenses were $29,000 under budget for the year in the golf division. The golf ops was over by $609. The staff was actually able to overcome about $7,300 in the rental fleet, which was higher than last year. We doubled up the rental cart fleet that we normally get, and we incurred a much higher price than what we used to get when we came on with the new lease. We get that as part of the lease package. They give us a price. They raise the price dramatically on that. So at $7,300, I mean, we're $600 over, you can actually see that the staff did make an effort to save money and operate within budget. General admin was $7,300 over for the 6 months. We're kind of disappointed in the savings or lack of savings there. It's almost 10,500 under what we spent last year during those 6 months. And nearly half of the overage was affected by budget. We put in for the second quarter our management fees that we had on the RFP, and then we stayed with the original agreement. So it'll be back-end savings there. So maintenance was the big saver of the bunch, almost $42,000 a 6 month period. Electric saved $10,000. Irrigation repairs saved almost $6,000. Part of it was timely rains, cooler temperatures, and allowed for some less irrigation usage. We also saved $5,000 in chemical and fertilizer. That, under the same time period as last year, we had some rebates that we were able to take advantage of from the company. We also have some inventory that we will use forward. So while it seems like we saved a lot, we did put out very similar amounts of product. We were fortunate that way. Gas was $7,500 under budget. To be honest, I was expecting higher gas prices than what we have. I know they've went up dramatically, but time of delivery, the drought in March also helped us save on some. We didn't mow as often as we normally do. So golf EBITDA for the first 6 months was a little over 300,000, 309,000. It's almost $35,000 above budget. So we'll move on to the F&B.
I hit it.
The food and non-alcoholic beverage exceeded our budget revenues by almost $10,000. Most of the gains were in February and March. We'll show the 2 months here in a little bit. I'll expand on just that, and I won't go through kind of category by category in the next 2 months. Alcoholic beverages exceeded budget revenues by $25,000. The price increase that went into effect on 2/1 had really no impact on customer purchasing decisions. So even though we were able to raise prices, it didn't scare anybody away. We've also seen the last 2 months that once people are getting vaccinated, the foot traffic is starting to pick up. They're getting some more, like we can go out to eat, feeling a little safer. We've seen that across the board at most of our facilities here in Florida that we picked up February and March based on the community. So total F&B revenues were $531,000 for the first half of the year, exceeded budget by $34,000. Our cost of goods were $197,000, or 37.07%. It's slightly below the budget of 38.21. Again, most of the gains there were made up in the next 2 months, February and March, when we changed the menu. Gross income was $334,000 for the first half of the year. It surpassed the budget by $27,000. Total labor was $23,000 under budget. Total labor percentage was 63.03% on a budget of 72.08. Again, the first 3 months dramatically affected where our labor percentage was, because we were much higher the first quarter of the year. Direct F&B labor was 46.99%. So you can see that we are running, the F&B right about where we said we'd be. And we'll try and even get it lower at that point. Expenses were over budget by $14,644. General and administrative expenses were $4,800 over budget. We did save about $7,000 from over prior year. Again, half of that overage is from our budgeting of different fees. Food and beverage expenses were over by $7,600. The department ran at 10.31% expense-wise. That's 0.81% higher than what we had budgeted.
what we've seen is the chemicals, the sanitation, and to-go items have skyrocketed in price. We are paying 3 times more for a case of latex gloves for the kitchen than we did a year ago.
Is that because the price went up or because you're using more?
No, it's because that's just pricing. It's, to be honest, it's about $108. We were paying 31 or 32 last year at this time. It's just because of demand. And yes, we are using more. And we always use a lot in the kitchen to begin with, but we have car guys wearing them now and then, and other members of the staff when we're doing. F&B EBITDA was negative 173,000, which was 2275 behind budget for the first 6 months. While we had higher than expected revenues, we did spend some more money. We are looking in, we're evaluating those things daily and trying to move forward. For the 2 months, I kind of put this in here just because of the fact that these are when the operational changes kicked in. When we went to a new menu was February 1st. I know that a plan was approved in mid-January to late January. So we were able to get some of them started in January, but most of them were the first week of February, really the first day of February. The golf department actually missed budgeted revenues by 13,000 over the last 2 months. Half of that was pro shop sales. Like I said, there was delays from the special orders and shipping. And we've already surpassed that. The second part was February had a cold spell and our public play went way down. So public play is really weather-based. So when the cold spell came back, we went down about 11,000. We got $7,000 of it back last month in March. So we're slightly behind in public play for those 2 months. Gross income missed budget by $6,000. That is, really, when you take out the cost of goods, it's going to lower it. Total labor, the team was within $500 of budget. So you can see we've been able to come in those 2 months, tighten it up, see exactly where we are to budget. Again, we were higher in payroll taxes than expected. Our direct labor is actually lower than it was than what we budgeted. Our payroll taxes have increased. And like I said, the accounting team is diving into why payroll taxes went up. But I've seen it across the board at 6 out of 8 of my facilities.
I can address that. That happens actually every year. That will actually even out as the year goes on. It's related to fixed labor costs versus variable labor costs. So while we are a little high right now, we will be a little low as the year goes on.
Expenses were almost $15,000 under the 2 months. Again, when we talk about it, it was the budget. That's when we saved the most in electric and irrigation. So the golfing bill was $216,000 in February, $7,000 above our budget. On to food and beverage. We beat revenues by $37,000. Part of it is the programming that Mike and Tom will talk about. We're seeing good results with the programming. The new menu is producing the expected results we wanted. We're getting some additional foot traffic. We served almost 450 meals for Easter brunch. So the a la carte revenue is still there. This month we have several banquet events. They are smaller than what we had in the past, but at least they're starting again. The new menu is 35.96% for those 2 months. We had budgeted 36.26%, so it's right on. Labor has increased as the sales have increased. The direct labor percentage just for F&B was 35.24 for the 2 months. It's 1.87%, even though I think we averaged it was like $9,000 over, $11,000 over for those 2 months.
So with the increase of the revenues, we have increase of some staffing.
This summer, the expenses in the restaurant, you guys being able to control them. I look at your numbers a little differently. Out of the $37,000 that you had in the 2 months, which is a good improvement, 25,000 of it's in booze. And that has nothing to do with a lot of things up there. That's bar service. So your actual expenses were not in line. They were a little off, but they weren't in line. And I'm concerned that as we go forward into the summer, where it's very questionable how much business we're going to do, that we have control over it, we are able to react to it.
Just to give, we run an expense report. It's daily input, so we know where we stand at any point in time to compare it. And Mike uses that to put in numbers for his forecast. Some of it, it depends on to-go items, some of the things. I had a discussion with Kevin this morning, and we went back and really spread out the expenses to find out where they were over the last quarter. To see, where we're spending, if there's other opportunities out there, if there's other companies we can use to buy chemicals, sanitation, gloves, to control those expenses. It's, we are monitoring expenses daily. If we get to a point where we're concerned about it, it will be strictly a PO system where everybody will have to write a PO for everything and get signed off. Right now, we do that for special items. Stock items, par levels that we have, we've adjusted. We have par levels to how many gloves we want at all times. Those will be adjusted down in the summer. So some of the inventory should carry over and help us keep the expenses in line. And yes, obviously, we saw the biggest gain in alcohol. But the food, it did hit where we wanted to. It expanded on it. And I can tell you that when I did the budget, I was looking at total numbers more than exactly your alcohol, your food, right?
I'm just pointing out that I'm concerned over the summer.
Correct.
There's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah. But I will commend the team. I have noticed much improved control of costs in the last few months. So thank you for that.
I think it's also too important, Mr. Brooks, that we make sure that the expenses that we're talking about are all F&B related. I think we dump G&A expenses into F&B and so forth. So when you talk about control, there are certain things we have to really just make sure that the F&B expenses are the things that we have completely under control. Utility expenses, which are a portion of what goes into the F&B expense side, those are different. We probably should know whether or not it's utilities that we're talking about mostly, or whether it's just raw F&B expenses. So
I did break it out, and we are running on bottom line items to the PL detail. Obviously, when I gave you the sheets to look over, so you were prepped for it. Right. You saw that it's a little bit more detailed than what you've had in the past, and we just said, these are broken out by GA, marketing. Insurance went up.
Yeah.
That was.
You're gonna hate me when I say this. I still think that we need to work on how we staff the restaurant. Way too many, unfortunately, I frequent the bar area often.
That's a good thing.
And way too many times I see people, waitresses or servers or whatever they're called, hanging out because there's just too many of them. So I'll challenge you guys again to take a hard look at that, because I think we're spending money that doesn't need to be spent.
Well, I can tell you that, and I'm just add on, we are watching everything on a daily basis. So if we do get out of line, something like that does happen, we're trying to make those adjustments as we move along. Okay. So that's our commitment.
Yes, like we break out labor, we're trying to do 40%, whatever the monthly budget is. I believe we were 20% in back of the house, 16% front and 4 on beverage cart. We found out that 4 on garbage cart's too high, right? 16% back of the house, I think in February we ran at 14%, right? Front of the house. Yeah, so we are monitoring daily and we go over that report weekly as a team, 3 of us. Okay. You know, and it's certainly, yes, there's times, you know, I sat here in a meeting the other day and there's 4 people rolling silver, right? I do know that they had to do pre-shift work and they were waiting for the shotgun to come in the lunch rush, but they were on staff early and now going forward, we may look at that, we only need 2 of them, we may need all 4, but it's something that, you know, we did have a conversation about. Total EBITDA for the facility over the last 2 months was $198,901, exceeded our budget by $12,000. So we combined both departments, we did January and February, March, we did improve over what we had budgeted. So we are, you know, forecast wise, I know Mike updates his forecast weekly, he sends it to you guys in Monday admin report. And we are trending to be about $25,000 to $30,000 ahead of where we said we were going to be. I think right now, you know, when I looked at it, the original budget was -70, so 20,000 ahead. And I think we'll all be a little conservative when we put our forecast out there.
So can I assume that the budget that we're gonna see in a couple of weeks is based off of what you had originally given us?
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure there'll be changes.
Yeah, there'll be some assumptions in there, some assumptions on changes and things like that.
So it's gonna be somewhere along the line of a profit of 51,000.
That is our goal.
Sounds good.
Gonna turn it over to Tom. Mike?
Could I ask you a question, Brian, before you get?
Yeah.
Listening on Zoom, so he sent me a couple of questions to ask you. One is that we had talked about being able to do better, utilizing trends by now. Is that taking that, or are we talking about that for future?
If I may, Tom Banward, food and beverage. Darryl and I have had conversations as well as the procurement teams in both companies, and we're starting to do integration slowly but surely, but it's coming, you know, we're having more and more meetings about that, so we should be seeing that pretty soon. Right now, we're still on our Cisco program, and as far as food and beverage is concerned, and I mean, we can be a good pricing too, it's just when we put the 2 companies together, both companies will have a better cost.
The second question you had was that as we're seeing the increase in sales, is that member driven or outsider driven primarily? It seems to me there's a lot of members, but I don't know the answer to that.
Or we're just talking in the F&B operation. I think if you look at the mix as a whole, as far as a la carte dining, I think we have a higher percentage of non-members for that portion. I know when the shotguns come in, we have big waves of 100, 150 people coming in, getting a beverage, checking their scorecards, and that goes. Not that the members aren't eating. There is a large percentage of members that do, but I think the percentage is slightly higher non-member for a la carte dining.
Okay, well, I just want to say thanks again for having me back. It's always a pleasure to come down here and see everybody. And, you know, behind the scenes, the last 2.5 months since we rolled out, a lot of the changes in food and beverage have gone, you know, from an outsider looking in my eyes, have gone really well. Very, very proud of the team. You know, Mike did a really good job stepping up and doing more on the food and beverage side. Chef Kevin in the back and Ron in the front. As you know, both of those gentlemen took a decrease in compensation. So instead of kicking and screaming, they hit it head on, and they've done great. And their performance has actually gotten better. You know, they haven't been deterred. And again, it says a lot about them and their personalities and the kind of people they are. And again, Mike having to step up and just, you know, kind of be the food and beverage director / GM. He's done a really good job with that as well. So we're going to just kind of talk about the last 2.5 months. We're gonna go also talk about some of the future things. So we'll go through the hours of operation, some of the promotions, talk about the menu, revisions that we have done that we're gonna do, a little bit about member feedback, sales trends, banquet business, and then touch on training a little bit. You wanna go through the hours?
Yeah, sure. And this will go to your point of how we're gonna try to control labor. So we're looking at going to our summer hours of operation starting in June 1st. So what we're gonna look to do is we're gonna serve lunch every day from 11 to 3:30. And then we're gonna serve dinner Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Okay. Try to do some special programming on Wednesday nights. So right now we're looking at doing the first day of the month, we'll try to do a buffet dinner with some trivia. And then we're gonna try to do some special dining nights, like what I have scheduled right now coming up in June would be summer date night, so you can, try to do something a little more nicer, a little more fine dining, once a month where you can bring a day down and have a really nice night. So we're gonna try to take our revenue, we're gonna try to condense it in a smaller window, and that way we can save labor. Hopefully our revenue numbers do not go down very much. I don't think they will. And we can actually keep our labor numbers in line.
Well, what's the name of that? What's the name of that other menu that we have on Sundays?
The pub menu?
Is that gonna continue?
Yeah, we'll always have the pub menu, and not that it will be available at all those times. We usually do the pub menu, we currently would do it on Sunday, Mondays. You probably still see that. We can probably run our regular lunch menu most of the week when we have the folks here. And that's something we'll probably play by ear a little bit, depending on how many people we're gonna try to have in the back of the house. So we utilize the pub menu because it's smaller, it's easier for a smaller back of the house footprint. So when we serve the full menu, we need more help in the back. So depending on how that goes, we'll probably adjust.
Yeah, and then part of that new menu was to cut back on labor. So when we streamlined that menu, the whole reason why we did that was to have less people working back there. So, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I'm not so sure I want to cut out everything for Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Right, and we gotta do what makes sense, and we'll definitely do our best on that.
Just real quick, in the middle there, we had the promotion schedule. We'll talk about it here in a second, but the promotions have been very popular. The burger nights, the fish and chips. So despite having, different days, we still want to keep those promotions going because that's, what brings people in a lot of times. So the burger night will continue. We'll just move to a new night on Thursday when we're open. And then the fish and chips special on Friday, which has been popular. And then, it's been such a call for pizza that was taken off the menu that we've added it back to Saturday night. So we have the pizza and the half price wine night. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so as you can tell right here, so I guess we'll start on the left side. So we've had our streamlined, menu revisions, which has been very successful. But we've also, as Tom was saying, we had a lot of feedback. So we had a lot of requests from, ladies groups or whatever, that they wanted to have the house-made croutons. We always did homemade croutons on our salads, but in trying to save cost, we actually we purchased them. We had a lot of feedback saying, no, we like the homemade ones, so we actually went back to that. We had a lot of folks ask for sweet potato fries. Sweet potato fries are more expensive than regular fries, so we had a high request for that. And these are through, we've had some cards, and I've actually had a nice letter. They asked for sweet potato fries back, so we were able to bring it back. We had a couple items that weren't so popular. One of those was the tachos. So we replaced that with a barbecue pulled pork nacho grande appetizer, which is great because that ties in. We have a barbecue pulled pork sandwich, so they get the crossover on the menu is what the cross utilization is what you're looking for. Right there, by a large request was the giant pretzel. So everybody really loved the giant pretzel. The poutine was not the most popular item on the menu, so we brought the giant pretzel back. And that's how we got to the few new items that we're doing. Let's see on the right-hand side here, me and Tom went through a menu analysis, so we figured out what our top 5 sellers are. And as you can see, the burger nights and the regular burger, we're just smashing it there. Super awesome item. Fish and chips is right there too. So that special night's been very, very popular. We've done really well. The Aruba sandwich has always been popular. It's been on and off the menu. It's been backed by popular demand for a while. You can see it does really well, as does the club sandwich and the quesadilla. Now, we did look at the bottom half of the menu here. You see the tachos is on there, which is the lowest, so that's why we did replace that item. The good news is with our other 4 there, you notice that the amount sold is not crazy different than our top 5. So our mix is doing very well. So even though those are on the bottom 5, they're not absolute dollars. So they're doing halfway decent. Yeah. So.
Yeah, absolutely. The menu is ever changing. You know, you run reports, you see what sells, you see what's popular. The poutine, I'll take credit for that. The Canadians weren't here. That's a Canadian dish, right? So, I was thinking maybe COVID would be cleared up on it. But anyhow, so we tried it, we ran it, we did sell some, but if you got a bunch of people wanting a pretzel and we're making them eat poutine, we switched back to the pretzel. So definitely here to serve members, Mr. Brooks.
You're gonna hate me for this, but the burger thing moving up Wednesday, I think was a mistake. Because, let me tell you what, because we got all the card players, the wives are up there. We play golf, we come in, the wives say they want to stay, everybody wants to have a burger. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and it's been very successful there. Now, obviously,
about that.
Yeah, obviously, the original game plan when we put it together in January did include what we're bringing back here. And we'll evaluate it. Obviously, with Wednesdays, we said we're gonna have the special programming with some buffets and I know you like the trivia. I think those are gonna be very popular as well. I think the burger night, I think hopefully will still do very well. Obviously on Friday nights, we do prime rib in season. We don't see a high enough volume to sustain prime rib in the off season. So I think the Friday fish and chips will still succeed. I'm sorry?
I agree with you totally.
You agree with them?
How many women are on Wednesday?
Well, it's obviously a lot less in summertime, and I don't know what that number exactly will be this summertime.
It won't be that.
But normally in season, we would see 100, probably at least 100, but obviously this wasn't normal, so it wasn't quite that high. I'd say in the summertime, it might be 40 to 50, and I don't know how that's gonna play out this year, but I'm assuming that'll be probably fairly close to normal. Now that's normally at lunchtime, so that was not part of the burger special originally, and the burger sells, it sells great organically without a special. It's still the #1 item all on its own. So
let's look at it.
That's all.
Two pros here telling us that, and David and I were actually.
Yeah, we had a big discussion about this too, so.
And we members that are here in the summertime play our games all year round. We patronize this place all year round. Don't penalize us for living in Florida all year round.
No, man. Understood. And David and I we had a pretty rigorous debate about it. We were on your side, so that's kind of looking at our chuckling because we kind of had that same thought. But we'll look at it. Again, this is sort of what we're thinking right now. It's April. This is June 1 implementation for that. So we'll definitely go back and drawing board and talk about that as a team here. Okay. Yes, sir.
I would like them to say, we aren't smart enough to keep different nights and different foods. So we start on Wednesday, you should stay on Wednesday. If you do Thursday pizza, you should say Thursday pizza. Because everybody gets in the habit and then they'll come to you.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
When there was a comment earlier about the bar business and being higher than before also, and those burger nights bring in people and they come in, they drink. The reason why we do burger nights and those types of nights is we know we're going to have people drinking a couple beers on a night maybe they wouldn't come in. So that's another reason why we do those promotions, because we know the bar will benefit as well. As far as the banquet business, we're still not out of it. More and more people are getting vaccinated, but what we're seeing is we still don't have a full lineup of events. We do have some. But the events that are taking place, there's fewer people at these type of events that were, maybe twice as well attended in the past. We do have several weddings on the books, but again, the sizes of those weddings were smaller, and also there's a spend. People aren't spending as much. And what you see is a lot of, relatives, like grandparents not traveling, or, if they're a little bit older, then they're not traveling down out of state quite yet. But we do have, you want to talk about, we have a couple of big events coming up here at the club, despite what I just said.
Yeah, so, which is good to see. So I related to one earlier with the chamber annual banquet, which is normally in January, we moved it to May, that will utilize the whole building. It was good. We just had Kokomo, which wasn't quite the normal 220 that it normally is. It was still low, but we're starting to see those banquets kind of get bigger. The Highlands New Sun, they usually have an annual awards banquet that they do for the Highlander Awards, I think they call them. Now, they've blown it up so big now that this year they want to have it 2 consecutive nights because they're expecting over 500 folks. Obviously, we can't fit 500 folks in here without the fire marshal being mad. So we're going to try to split that over 2 days. So we're starting to see those expand. I know there's some kind of coming up in the future. I'm really hopeful that, December is usually a really big month for us as we do a lot of holiday parties. I'm really hoping that comes back and we can start to have some. And one thing I'm really, really looking forward to is one of our biggest partners when it comes to banquets is the hospital. And they haven't been doing anything, obviously, for their reasons. So I'm hoping by the time we get to fall, they can start their programs back up because they do bring us a lot of business when it comes to banquets. So we are starting to see that, and we're excited about it.
Yeah, one thing, last couple bullets down there, with David's help in the back there, he'll talk about it more here in a second with marketing, but definitely a big push for the second half of the year as far as, booking. Now it's the time to book. Daryl and I were talking earlier today about how 22 and 23 are filling up across the country at different clubs. So we need to be really aggressive in going out and getting business, not just answering the phone. So, David's going to work with the team on that. One thing to note, we do have a salesperson here, and she's great, but she's currently part-time. That was part of our labor savings, so we're going to have to look at that and probably carve out more sales time for her than what she's currently doing right now. So, okay. So, any questions about the banquet business at this point? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah. Okay. So training, we kind of took what we did for training and have tried to formalize it and have formalized it since February 1st. So the staff receives daily trainings on a rotating basis. And it's basic stuff. It's how to greet a guest, take an order, bring an order in, how to serve and clear tables, upsell, handle issues and complaints. Our goal is to not have anybody leave unhappy. Either the manager visits them or we can fix a problem then and there. How to help their teammates, how to close out a shift properly, and how to do side work. You want to talk about that, Risha?
Thanks. Tom's been very, very helpful with this, and me and Tom, we get to talk bi-weekly now. So we've been through a lot of these processes. He's given me a lot of recommendations, and he's taught me a lot in how to improve our F&B service. So what he's referring to is basically a pre-shift meeting. So we document those now. Excuse me, I was going to bring that in there to show you. So Ron now, he fills out the whole form, tells you how many reservations we have, what are the specials today, when to expect to be, when's our busy period going to be, but it also has a training topic on there. So that way, it's documented. So that way I can go back and I can say, well, what was he talking about yesterday or the day before? But also we can, bring it to show you guys, show Tom. That way, it shows that we are hitting all these topics and we're continuing to improve our service. And obviously, as you guys may have seen, we do have a lot of turnover in staff from time to time, so that kind of helps us train our new staff as well. So those pre-shift meetings are very key to getting them.
We also review the comment cards. So there's a lot of physical comment cards that people fill out here, and we went through them yesterday. And once he has, they're about 90% good. Either all fives or a couple fours and fives. From time to time, there is a bad one, and when we do get bad ones, Mike is charged with calling them, apologizing and figuring out what went wrong and try to make try to appease the person who had a bad experience. So we don't let anything go unnoticed. We try to figure it out that night, but if we get a bad comment, there is follow-up that is usually handled by the GM, Mike. So I guess, to keep things moving, I think, you're never finished in food and beverage. You never reach the goal line. You're always trying to do better and better. And, some days it's 3 steps forward and 1 step back. But I think since we've had this change in attack, I think it's gone overall pretty well. But there's still some things we're working on that we still need to do better. But again, out of the gate, I think it's been pretty successful so far in the last 2.5 months.
So somebody very close to me at home suggested that when we go to a larger menu in the fall, that perhaps we have, never had it right down, a heart healthy section.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's not the first time I've heard that, and that is definitely something that we could definitely start to plan out with chef.
I'm not sure what it means, but.
Yeah, no, I get it. So, I mean, we have a few salads on our menu. There is not a crazy amount of options for health conscious folks. So that's not the first comment I've heard on that. I have heard a few, so we'll see what we can do working in the future.
I guess look at it.
Absolutely, and it's already been kind of a topic, so we are looking into that.
The other thing on the menu in general, when you go to a larger menu, I wouldn't go that far. I would go as far. I mean, everybody kind of likes the menu you got now.
Yeah, I think, overall, it's been successful. I mean, like I said, there is some feedback that we look at. But yeah, it's being able to cut down the amount of ingredients, the amount of people in the kitchen. It's just better business right now. So we do want to expand it at some point, maybe not all the way back to where it was, but definitely, there are a few different things that we could add to it when we're at the volume to do so in the fall.
But yeah, I don't think you're going to see it all. Yeah, I don't think you're going to see any large changes for sure.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. We're going to hand it over to David now. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? Good? I'll make this quick. It's marketing and sales. I mean, we can go as deep as you want. I'm in marketing, so I can talk for 5 hours if you want me to, but I won't, I promise. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we've been doing and what the results are and how it's been going and what our approach is. And all throughout, I'll be talking about how we're going to expand on our efforts to date and move from there. So looking, our focus at the start of this calendar year, this quarter here, was we really wanted to focus on well-rounded marketing programs. And the way we look at that is, it's not just an email we're sending out. It's not just a social media push. It's that, as well as text if we have it. It's making sure it's on our website, having point of sale displays, putting it in the paper if we feel we need to, and really looking through the analytics. Those are the important things for us when we're doing a marketing program. And for it to be successful, the more ways we can get in front of your eyes, the better. So that's really what we focused on this year, and I do want to talk about that a little as we go. Looking at our social media results, we have two channels there. We have the golf club has a social media pages, and the restaurant has social media pages. We do some cross promotion on them, but they are definitely separate dedicated pages. So looking at the Sun Lake golf page and looking at just the golf promotions and communication we've done, you can see we've been very, very active this year. Now, these are just paid promotions that we've done where we put a little money behind it. Sometimes it's as little as $10. Sometimes we'll put up to $200 depending on where. And that just is to get us a lot more people to see our promotions, because if we were just to post it regularly on our pages, only about 10% of our followers will see it, and that's just not enough. We want tens of thousands to see them if at all possible. So we had some really great promotions with some really great results. If you look, these marketing plans are also involved with our email, goes out to back it up. If it makes sense to go through our text message programming, it goes through there as well. and it is reaching all the things, but when you look at just the social media specifically, here's what you get: 1,300 rounds for our Super Sunday special. Twilight has been 2,800 rounds from these promotions. We feel very strong this was a big part of them getting to us. So we've been really proud of that. If you go to the next page, one of the things that we've done really well on the golf side is our organic posting, meaning took a picture of the golf course and said, it's beautiful out here, come on out and play. And we just sent it out to our followers. We do a fantastic job with that here. And we had a really great performance the last 3 months versus the previous 3 months. Our engagements, that's likes, shares, comments, that they have really improved. Our clicks, our fans have rose a little bit, not a huge number, but they've rose a little bit. And I put where they're coming from because I thought it was kind of interesting. You have 6 fans in Nigeria. Did you guys know that? Big in the Nigerian market over there. So I thought that was interesting. And Canada followers went down, fans went down because they're not here as much. So that was to be expected as well. So we're going to work really hard. One of the things we need to do better on both of our channels, and we use that, is being able to track exactly where those people are going. And once they see our posts, and the way to be able to do that is having some more technology pieces integrated with our web platforms. We're not there yet, but it's something we're really going to start focusing on over the next year or two, adding different things in there that will make those call of actions so they can do everything from their computer or their phone, not have to pick up the phone and call us. This way we get to get all the data that tells us exactly how many people in the restaurant eating were members and how many weren't. So it's those types of things.
When we send out texts, whose mailing list do we use? Clubs?
It's only people that have signed up for our text club. We send out promotions. We have one going right now of, hey, in the public, receive special offers and you can just sign up for it through your phone. We have a small, we really just started text back up. It started, years ago, and it just never caught on here, but it's like all technology, you just got to keep using it, and eventually people will see the value in it if you keep showing them the value. So we have 141, I'll talk about text in a moment, but we have 141 text followers. So that's all we're getting right now anyways.
So when we send out emails, whose list do we use?
It's our list.
Membership list or the district?
Well, I'll get to email. If you give me a second, I'll show you all the email stuff. Okay. So that's social media. This is now food and beverage. We've done, as you can see, a ton of paid promotion for our food and beverage offers. We were doing a lot of the signature dishes of the week. Those have kind of gone away. And now it's the promotions that are at the top that we're continually putting out and reaching a lot of people. And the beautiful thing of those reach numbers is multiply that between 4 and 5 to see how many, what we call impressions, how many times that ad is actually being seen. But if I get it, because I see it 4 or 5 times, it's going to make the impressions a lot higher. But we all know that you're never usually, when you see the ad, you don't make your buying decision then. It's when you see it the 3rd, 4th, and 5th time. So that's why we do it that way. But we've had some great results with our promotion. We're really happy. We've also had some ads, like you can see the prime rib one, that we shut off immediately because it wasn't working right, and we weren't getting the response. It wasn't set up right, so we reset it, and that one will be changed as we move forward. But that's the beauty of digital marketing. We're able to make some quick changes on the fly if we're not getting the results we're looking for. If you go to the next slide, we can look at some of the results. One of the things that we've done differently than the golf pages, while our paid posts have gone up dramatically, our organic posts have gone down dramatically. And what that does is it kind of, it'll shrink your engagement. So working with the team, we have this new program we just started using, 30 days ago, called Wrike. And Wrike is a project management tool for marketing, and it's a beautiful, beautiful tool. We're also excited, and we have lots of resources. And basically what we're doing is we plan out our entire year in Wrike, and it assigns duties and timelines to every little piece that needs to be done. Just because we're going to market an event, there's 50 different things that have to get done to market that event, and this right kind of organizes it all. But one of the things that we have in there is literally day by day for food and beverage and golf. Here are posts that you can put on social media. Copy, paste, take a picture, so you're never at a loss of how do I stay engaged on social media. So we're definitely gonna along with our paid services, increase our organic posts again, get back up there with fun little things to get people engaged, which will help. But what I do really love is our reach on food and beverage is so much greater than it was 3 months ago because of how we've performed the last 2 months. So social media has been very good. Now moving forward to email, which you guys were asking about. These are really the 2 basic style emails we've started sending over the last few months. And the response, not just at Sun and Lake, but around the country, has been tremendous. Our open rates here at Sun and Lake have improved dramatically. If you look at our sends that we just sent to members, our current membership list, and there's some other folks in there as well, some supervisors and employees and things like that. It goes out to between 400 and 500 people. The open rate is 63%. That's really, really impressive. That means 2/3 of you all, are opening it and reading it. I'm sure others are reading it as well in other ways. But that's everything from weekly updates, committee notes, anything from the Board of Supervisors. And unfortunately, there was enough of them to put on that list in memory of to let people know. I hate to see that's part of it, but they're there. And then the public sends are pretty similar. It just has more information for what the public can do as opposed to what memberships do. And an open rate of 20.88% is incredible. That's going out to anywhere between 4,500 and 5,000 people every time we send them out. And as you'll notice, we get the email, so you'll notice they'll just be little snippets. For more info, click here, and it takes them back to our website or social media page, wherever you want to take them. So emails have been performing really well. We sent 41 emails over the last 90 days. That's very good, really good communication, consistent. And like I said, we've been getting really good results from emails. The other performances are text messages. Like I said, we've got 141 people now in our contacts, and you can see we've only sent to 111 is the highest, the Easter one, but we've been promoting it the last, 60 days, and we've had a real push here in the last 14 days, and we've grown it by about 30 people since our last text. So it's great. We've got clubs that have 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people in their text message database. We'd love to get there. It's a great, it used to be everything was emailed, right? Everybody wanted to get email addresses. Now it's so much more than email addresses. It's let's get them to download an app. Let's get them to use text. Let's get them on our social media, being fans and following us. So there's many different ways to connect with people, and text is a really nice way to do it as well. And we're going to work hard at growing that the rest of the year. These guys talked about sales a little bit. If you can go back one, I'm sorry. I'm trying to go fast. These guys talked about sales a little bit. And you can see where we are with the numbers. The outings, it's fantastic. We did a great job with the outings for the budget. Our big issue is banquets, and I think we all know what the issues are there. We have planned out all of our marketing promotions for the rest of the year for sales. That's when our membership promotion is going to be. As you can see, we have a summer one going right now. When are we going to promote Christmas parties? When are we promoting weddings and those types of things? So, and then when are we promoting outings for outside people to come do outings? So when we're open up, ready to get all these things, we're going to be firing on all cylinders from a marketing standpoint. We're also going to start a callback campaign, not so much 2020, but we'll look back at 2019, 2018, and start calling back some of those folks and letting them know we're ready. So those are the different marketing areas that we're promoting from. Is there any questions on those? We all are also in some local coupon books and so on, but those are a little bit different. Those are just sort of getting those people that's the way they like to find it. And we've actually had numbers on it. We've had real good support, results on those. It's mostly on the golf side. Sure. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit about our online reputation. What are people saying about us? And it's honestly, it's fantastic. You can see there, our rating did go down versus prior 3 months, but it went down 0.08%. So it really went down hardly anything. Actually, percentage-wise, it went down 3% is the actual number, which is when you're looking at that amount of reviews, just, you know, one review that's a 4-star instead of a 5-star, that is down. So we'll call it flat. Our reviews have gone up, which are really, really good. People got a lot of great things to say about us. A lot of great things about the course. There was one that I loved. The bite of the course is its greens, fairways, and the fairways are fast too. Great course and a lot of fun. I thought that was cool. But the one in the center, I kept the terrible spelling intact because I want you to know I'm not editing these at all. But I mean, that is everything we need to know about what's happening here. David K, Andy, Tommy, JJ, Frankie, Kay, and again, Michelle, please, excellent staff. Move here and enjoy many friendships. And of course, it does the right stuff. Enough said. Thanks for making my B-Day awesome. That was Andre on Facebook. So great reviews out there. People, that's my uncle. People have great things to say about the facility, and that's a really great thing to say. And then the last thing is we've started our troop programming. We're pretty excited about that. To have the ability to offer other ways to go enjoy other facilities and also save current facilities. The rewards program is purely just that. It's a free program to join. And then the golfers earn points for dollars that they spend on green fees, cart fees, merchandise, and they also receive points on lesson programs. As long as it's a club-sponsored instructor. If there's a third-party instructor out there doing, it's not on there, where you're paying the instructor directly. So we got True Rewards, and the True card is a great way for you to save. So golfers will be able to buy it. There's different ways to buy it. You can buy a Florida card, a Southeast regional card, or other regional cards if you travel a lot. Or you can buy a national card as well, playing anywhere in the country, and get good discounts at them. There's also a worldwide card as well. So any trim location around the world that is participating in that program, you can go play those as well. They're usually the best rates available to join. So if you go to the True website, they have it. They also have more information in the Pro Shop about it as well. But that gives you guys a great opportunity to be able to go play other courses around the state, Southeast, country, and world, quite frankly, at good discounts for being part of the programs. So that's what I have from a marketing standpoint. Is there any questions, any input, any feedback, anything that
Just, I wanted to let the board know that, you know, I said it with Tom, me meeting him every other week. For the last month and a half, I've met with David and his team, and Andy's joined me weekly. We finally now are comfortable. We have Mike in place now. That we've actually made that now bi-weekly. But I talk to David at least once a week. So we have a lot of interaction with our regional team and the marketing division. And you can see the results we're getting. So just want to let you know that.
Thanks, man. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll try to put a bow on this because I know you guys have a lot, at least a couple of things to do today. As we said back in January, we would remain flexible as we were working through this plan, getting your feedback and feedback from our membership, our guests, etc., adjusting as we needed to in order to keep our business going in a positive direction. I think so far open to hear your thoughts, but I think so far we're doing a pretty good job getting that done. Doesn't mean we're there yet, of course. We have more work to do. We have a summer to come up that's coming up. We have which is a tougher season for us at times because of less people. But we will be delivering that budget in what is it, a couple of weeks now? Let's see. Next Friday. And we fully intend to stick to those numbers going forward. So that's our commitment. I think it's also important to know that we fight some of these outside influences always. We're fighting the labor issue now, which is unfortunately something that we're going to be dealing with for the next several years. With the minimum wage going up $1 every year, that usually equates into an increase in expenses that you eventually are able to kind of get down into a particular number. In California, for example, we've been able to do that. As we work through that now in Florida, we'll figure out what that is. That'll cause us to adjust certain things, pricing possibly, other things, and what have you, because it's something that we're just going to have to live with. We can't do anything about it. That's out of our control. COVID, of course, which is something we've been fighting, for the last year plus, is, dare I say, we're sort of getting past that now. And what's going to happen when we're finally past COVID to a business like ours? That's an unknown at this point. And why is it unknown? Because at some point, the cruise lines are going to open up, and they're scheduled to open up. Some of them the end of May, some of them the rest of them in June. At least that's what they're shooting for at this point. Other countries where that our citizens typically go visit on an annual basis, they haven't been able to do that, and they're going to do that because they haven't been able to do that for a long time. Cooped up. So what does that mean to our business? We don't know yet, but we are anticipating a slight drop across the country. I think that's just prudent to think that way, the budget that way. Just the timing of which we don't know yet exactly. So that's something that we'll have to deal with in the future. And then I think just there's sort of this one that's just sticking out there that's got us a little bit concerned, and that's the economy, to be perfectly honest. Everybody's heard the thing about interest rates going up now. It's, what impact that's going to have on the general economy. And in general, when we have a downturn in the economy, we do feel that a little bit. So it's at some point, something's going to happen there. So we'll have to navigate through those. So life isn't easy in the golf business. You have a lot of extenuating circumstances that you have to deal with from time to time. Right. As the slide says, when those things. So with that, I'm sure there'll be a few questions. If I can, we have our team here. I'm still a little curious to know the world. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I understand his last day is somewhere in the end of May.
27.
I know this was just thrown on all of us.
Yes.
Have you got anybody in the pipe that you can pick up?
Yeah.
You don't need to know names.
No, absolutely. We do. We'll work through that process. Mike, of course, is heading up that process, and we'll find the right person for Sun Lake. We'll, of course, involve the board in that decision and get your feedback on the would-be candidates, if you will. But yes, it is the highest priority right now to get done.
So you think it won't take 3 or 4 months?
I don't believe it will. No.
You know how these things work sometimes. If it's somebody who has to relocate, which in this case probably would happen, then it takes a little longer, because if they're working, they typically would get notice, then they have to move and so forth. So that might take a little bit of time. I don't expect 3 or 4 months. These days, 30 to 60 days has been sort of how it's worked. And I can say this, regardless of whether or not it takes longer than what Earl is going to be on board, we will cover that base, okay, with someone. So
there is a lot of things in the pipe that we walked out before. I was going to ask the practice room. I guess it's all in Earl's head.
So the practice facility, the short game complex we're talking about?
Yeah.
Correct. So Earl and I spent. Yeah, Mike Stevens. Earl and I spent the greater part of this morning running through all the projects we have planned out for the next just call it 6 months. Understand we have the short game complex that we've been working on. Obviously, he and I have been talking through that prior to today anyways. The Aqua complex, solar project that's set to take place on June 1st as well. Right. We are prepared working with land here to go through that one as well. Certainly through the irrigation upgrade we have going forward in the next year or two. These are all projects that while Earl had been working closely with the board and Mr. Spiegel on, certainly behind the scenes, he and I have been working through them as well. So they're not new concepts for myself or our team. So I'm here to help ensure that those get completed on schedule.
I can't remember now. Were we talking about doing the green loops this year, possibly?
Yeah, we were talking about moving up furthest loops.
I'm not sure that Earl was checking with Lander, but they couldn't. He was going to see what else. But apparently, it's not feasible given the time. So we don't think we can do it this summer.
The cost that they offered up was extremely high. Mobilization rate was
the majority of larger infrastructure come from more facility scheduled. It's been scheduled for the past year at most facilities. So in order for somebody to come out here and start a project this late in the season, that's a short notice, they're going to make it worth their while, which does make it worth our while.
So we're going to look at the green loops and the irrigation at the same time.
That's correct. That was in the budget we talked about this morning.
Okay.
Keep in mind on any kind of projects that there is such a backlog in the construction world right now because it was shut down because of COVID. So all of these things that are going on are now backed up. It's hard to get a contractor to do things right now.
Let me ask you this: if we know we're going to do the green loops and irrigation next summer, we want to do. When do we put the bids in? Based on what you're saying.
They should at a minimum of 6 months. Earl is in the process of finalizing, going through the scope of services.
Yeah, but I'm saying when do we submit the ask for? This fall. He's saying at least 6 months. So we have to go. If we want to go June, we got to go December the latest. And we're putting the RFP out.
Correct. So assuming you guys approve the budget, we'll be on that.
I think we got to get past the budget officially.
Yeah, no, I'm
Make sure. Yeah.
Well, that's.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to hold you responsible for getting everything done.
Yeah, it's always been together.
I can listen.
So yeah, and to your question to Tony earlier about we have two on the pipeline. Certainly, those conversations have been done. Whether it's internally in the position has, just so you know, in case somebody asked, the position has been posted as well on a national forum through the GCSWA, as well as our internal forums with Indoor Golf and Trinity as well. So the word is out. Ideally, we are able to hire from within. We like to have people in here who know our process, procedure, our communication expectations. But more importantly, we want to have the right person in place for some. We've been here long enough to know what it takes to be successful here from a superintendent standpoint, not just from an economic perspective, but also from a communication perspective for and us as well as a key. So we are fortunate that we have good superintendents both here in Turtle with Kim and Robin. So I know them both well. We have good communication line set up in place too. So regardless of how long the process takes to find the right person, we would have that plan in place to ensure we're secure.
Okay. When you look at your superintendent candidates, I'd appreciate you give us a good one in Earl, but we need somebody that's going to live close. I mean, the last two we've had, which Earl's fine, but he travels an hour and a half, 2 hours to get here every morning and then at night. So please try to find somebody that is willing to come within at least half-hour ride from here.
Yes, we have.
Because it's important to this community.
I think so, and I think we've talked about that internally as well.
And we're looking for someone, we're hopeful that we can find someone with what we call a reasonable driving distance. Hour and a half's a little bit way out there. But, at the end of the day, that's certainly something that we've talked about as well in the candidates. Yeah.
Please.
Absolutely. Other questions?
I just want to mention this, and I think you've done well so far since January. But all this is towards the budget that we okayed last time. And I want everybody to take a good look at the costs and what it's, and take a good look at when you present a budget to us, that it's more on a profit and loss than what's versus the budget. Because we have problems here, and if we weren't a government entity, we would have went broke in the kitchen last year. And I just want your guys' commitment that we're fortunate to be able to keep us all afloat and have this nice facility, but we need to tighten the belt and look at what stuff is actually costing us and what we're paying for those services.
Absolutely.
And that's all I ask, and I know you're trying to do that, you guys have worked well before, but.
Yeah, no, I hear you loud and clear, Mr. Gilpin, and I think we've got more sets of eyes on Sun Lake now than we've ever had, and on a more frequent basis, as we mentioned earlier, daily. Our goal is to get you to a point where, get this facility to a point where it can sustain itself. And that's got to be the goal, right? So as Tom mentioned earlier, you never reach the goal line of food and beverage. Well, you never reach the goal line of managing the whole property either. At the end of the day, there's always something better that you can do, performance-wise, et cetera. So that's certainly where we're at and what we're trying to accomplish. This next budget, at least in my history, will be the first budget that we've ever sent to you from an operations standpoint that is actually compliant. So that's huge compared to what we're going to take care of that.
I won't tell you what we're gonna do, but that's okay.
Well, fun and games, we have the budget presentation, so that's part of the interaction. Yeah. Any other questions? Comments?
I'd just like to say, I clearly expressed some concerns. I think you guys really just.
No, I'm
gonna go lay down.
Appreciate that. And Mr. Herrick couldn't be here in person. I know he's listening, so thank you to you as well, Mr. Herrick. So welcome aboard. And we look forward to good things in the future. So thank you, and we'll let you get to your next meeting.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
I'm gonna run home and grab that pack and I'll be right back. So 15 minutes.
Thanks. Thank you. I guess I have. Oh, okay. Where the remote is, I'll find it.
Tony, bye, I gotta go.
Thank you.